Most people watch endless tutorials thinking that eventually it will click for them. This is specifically common with all of you guys who are currently learning React. Components, states, hooks, it all gets messed up if you don't have practical experience. For that reason, in this video, I will show you how to build 3 different ReactJS projects where you will be able to get the necessary experience to finally understand React. For the first project, we will be building a beautiful and interactive card memory game where you will learn all of the basics of React components and states. For the second project, we will build a music player website where you will be able to browse through different songs, play them, create playlists, and learn about hooks and state management and local storage. Finally, we will be building this beautiful crypto price website where you will be able to browse through different coins, see beautiful real-time price charts, and learn how to fetch data in your React application. This is not just a normal video. I carefully picked the projects that I know will get you from a complete beginner to finally understanding the core concepts of React. Before we get into the video, if you enjoy learning React from me, I recommend checking out my ReactJS Ultra course for beginners. The course will take you from absolute beginner to advanced whilst teaching you all of the React best practices while building 4 different projects. If you are at all interested, just go to webdevultra.com/react or click the link in the description. Now that we got that out of the way, let's get into the video. Okay everyone, let's get started with our first project. In this project, we will be building a memory card styled app that is going to teach you all of the fundamentals about React. To get started with our project, I opened up a folder inside of our code editor of choice. In this case, it's VS Code, but you can use whatever you want. I called it memory card. And inside of VS Code, I want to open up my terminal and run the command npx create vite at latest. This will create a React project using Vite as our bundler. Now it asks us for a name. I'm just going to put a dot so that we can create the project inside of the folder that we are already inside of. Then it's going to ask us to create a framework, choose a framework. I'm going to choose React. It's going to ask us for a variant. Since we are creating a JavaScript project, I won't be using TypeScript in this video to make it inclusive for everyone. We're going to choose JavaScript over here. Then it's going to ask us if we want to use roll down Vite. We're going to choose no. And it's going to ask us if we want to install with npm and start now. We're going to say yes. This is going to create a React project inside of our project. And it's going to run the application so that we can see the project running in its boilerplate stage. So here it is. I can open it up and our project is running. Now, right off the bat, I want to do a couple things to get this project started. So I'll open up here our folders and I want to delete a couple things that we're not going to use. So for example, we're not going to be using this React SVG or the assets folder. We're not going to be using this app.css because we're going to put our CSS in our index.css over here. Then I'm going to go to the app.jsx. And I'm going to delete this to make it such that it's a completely empty project. Now I'm going to come back over here to our main.jsx and everything here looks fine, but all of this imports should be removed, including the app.css because we deleted that file. I'm just going to write here, hello world, and we should see our project appearing over here. Perfect. Now, like I explained in the beginning of the video, this is a ReactJS video. So I'm not going to be spending any time focusing on CSS. This is one of the things that my subscribers enjoy the most about this kind of tutorials, which is they focus on the topic that we're trying to understand here, which is ReactJS. So what I'm going to do for all 3 projects is I'm going to come to this index.css file. I'm going to delete it and I'm going to paste the already done CSS. I will go over some of the CSS throughout the way, but we're not going to have to write it so we don't waste time in the video. Now, if you want to get the same CSS, all of the code for this video will be in the description together with the different projects that we're building. Now, we're going to still include those CSS class names as we are building the project. However, I'm not going to show myself writing the CSS. So we'll start off this way. So if you come over here, you see we have an empty project which has a dark background. We want to create a memory card styled game. And all of that starts in our app.jsx. Inside of here, we want to start structuring our project. So I'm going to delete this and I'm going to create a div and I'm going to give it a class name of app. Then inside of this div, I want to separate it into different components so that we can organize our project into different files. So to do that, I'll create a components folder inside of our source folder. And inside of this components folder, we're going to create the different components we're going to be using on this project. Now in this components folder, I want to create our first component, and that's going to be the game header. It's just going to be the header portion of our game. If I go over here to the final product, which I opened up over here so that we can look at what we're trying to build while we are coding the project, this is where what I want to put inside of that component. This is the header of the game. It includes the title, it includes the score, the amount of moves the user has taken, and a button to generate a new game. Now, what we want to do there is we want to export a constant called game header, and it's going to be a function that returns some JSX, also known as a component. Now, in this component, we're going to return a div with a class name of game header. Then inside of this div, I'll just put a title for now. It's going to be an H1 that has the following title. You can put whatever you want, but I'm using this emoji here for a video game controller, and the title memory card game. Now, what I want to do is I want to import this game header component inside of our app.jsx so that we can actually see it in our screen. To do that, I'll just call the game header component, press enter, and it's going to automatically import it at the top. And we should see that this should appear with all of the styles associated with the game header class that we have created in our index.css. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to display the stats for our memory card. So the score and the moves and also the button. Now, obviously we don't have any of those values yet, but we're going to mock them for the moment. So to do that, we are going to come here, create a div, which is going to be for the stats. So I'm going to say class name stats. Then inside of this div, I'll create the two different stats by creating a div for each of them. So we're going to create two different divs that we're going to separate. The first one is going to be for the stat item, and the second one as well, because we're going to have two stat items. Now, the first stat item is going to be for the score. So we kind of wanted to say something like this: score 0, and then on this one, score, it's not going to be the score, it's going to be the moves. So we'll say move 0. Now, this isn't exactly how we have it over here. We actually have a text that has a color and the other one that has a gradient. So to do something like that, we have to separate each part of the text with a span. Now, many people wonder, why do I use spans on my videos? Because when you want to just style a text that is part of another text, so this is a sentence, right? It's like both the 0 and the score are connected. We don't want to put any padding or margin to them. A span allows us to apply some sort of class name or some sort of style without having to worry about getting extra layout styling. Now, for the score, this is going to have a class name of stat label. And for the actual score, like 0 over here, it's going to be equal to stat value. Now we'll do the exact same thing for in here. We're going to actually redo that by copying and pasting. And then I'm going to replace this with moves. So it should look something like this. Now, I want to actually make it such that we don't have to write the value directly here, right? For the moves and the score. I want it to be changed based on what our actual moves and our actual score is. So if I were to get two things right, which I probably can't, oh, I just got it, it should update those values. To do that, we need to get the score from somewhere. In this case, we're going to pass in the score. We're going to keep the track of the score here in our app and pass in as a prop to this game header component. So when we call this component over here, we're going to pass, for example, a value as a prop for the score. Maybe it's like 3 or something like that. We're going to do the same thing for the moves. Let's say 10. And then to access those values over here, we can just get the props from this object, declare that there's a score and a moves prop, and then use those values instead of the hard-coded text in here. So I can insert the JavaScript variables directly in here. You'll see that now it will represent whatever we pass in here. Now, it's still kind of hard coding, but that's okay for now because we haven't actually implemented the functionality for allowing the user to play. Now, before we make the user be able to actually choose cards, we have to build the UI for this grid-like structure that is going to show the different values. To do that, what I want to do is I want to first choose what the different memory cards are going to look like. So obviously in the example that I show you guys, it's all about fruits, but you can make a memory card game out of anything as long as you have assets or emojis that you can use. In our case here, we're going to be using emojis for fruits still. And to do that, I'm going to create a variable over here above our component, and I'm going to call it card values. Now, what is this variable? It's an array of different emojis that I want to put in this memory game. Now, you can choose whatever emojis you want, but the important thing is that you need to pick 8 different emojis of your choice and put them here twice. So what does that look like? Well, it will look something like this. In my case, I chose fruits. So I picked an apple, a banana, a grape, an orange, a strawberry, a kiwi, a peach, and some cherries. So those are the 8, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I put them twice in the same order. Perfect. Now we have the values, but you can choose any other category if you want to as well. Now what we want to do is we want to get those emojis, and for each emoji, we want to create the UI for this card. Now, obviously, there's the part where we don't show the actual emoji, but for now, we just want to create the card. That means that we're going to create 1, 2, 3, 4 times 4. So 16 cards, which is the amount of emojis, right? There's 8 cards that we want to play. There's 2 of them, so you can match. So to do that, I'm going to create here a div that is going to be the grid for our cards. I'm going to give it a class name of cards grid. Then inside of it, I want to loop through the list of card values. So I'm going to say card values.map. We're going to get a card for each of the items in this list. And for each of those items, I want to actually render some UI. But that UI, I don't want to put it here. I want to make a separate component to keep track of that UI. We're going to call it a card. So I'll create a card.jsx, and in here, we're going to export const card, create the function for it, and then return a div with some sort of UI in it. Now, to keep track of what emoji we're using, we're going to have to accept or pass in as props the information about that card. Now in here, we're going to return, actually, we don't need to return because this is a parentheses. We'll just return here the card component. And inside of this card component, we'll pass a prop called card and pass the card from each individual card value directly in here. Now, what is this going to look like? Well, right now, it's not really looking like anything. But if I come here to the card component and I give it a class name of card, then inside of here, I create another div in which I give a class name of card back, because this is the back of the card. It's what shows the actual value. Then I can just render the card. And here's what we're going to see. We're going to see a grid of 16 emojis appearing in our screen. And all of them show the emoji in the front, just like we wanted. Now, there's a couple of things that we obviously need to take into account. First of all, it shouldn't just show all the emojis right off the bat. It should show question marks, right? And only when you click it, it will reveal themselves. Also, if you're wondering if it's always going to be the same order of emojis, no. You see over here, I used the same array, but a banana appeared here. If I were to new game, you see that now it's a kiwi, now it's a banana, now it's a peach. So we're going to work on that, but we're taking it one step at a time. Now to get the question mark, here's what we have to do. We're going to come here, we're going to add another div and add the question mark. This div is going to be called card front. Now, currently as things appear, is just going to show this question mark first. It's not going to show the other one. What we need to do is allow the UI to flip between them. So remove this card front from appearing and only show this card back. And to do this, we have to write some logic that we're going to handle for keeping track of the cards that the user has been flipping and the results of the game. Now, to do that, we're going to be utilizing a concept in React called a state. Now, if you're not familiar with states yet, I highly recommend watching a video. I have a bunch of videos already explaining states. I'll explain it to you as well. However, it's a crucial step in your ReactJS journey. Now, the first state I want to create, it's going to be a state called cards. And it's going to keep track of the cards. But it's not going to just keep track of the cards in the way that we have it over here. it's actually going to keep track of it in a more in-depth way. And the reason for that is because we don't need to just keep track of whether a card has a cherry emoji or a kiwi emoji. We need to keep track of more than that, such as, for example, if the card is flipped or not. To create a state, you just create a variable name for the state, which is cards, and a function that is going to be used to update that state. Then you set this equal to this useState hook, and you give it an initial value. In our case, it's just an empty array because that's what it starts with. But when the game starts, we're going to update the value of this cards array to include all of the emojis that we have here, all of the card values. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by creating this function called initializeGame. And this function is going to be what keeps track of what happens when the game starts. So when the game starts, we're going to have a very important step here, which is shuffle the cards. So it's not always the same, obviously the same order, right? We've talked about this, but that's the hardest part of this project. So I'm not going to do it first. Right now, we're going to skip that and just use the same order as it comes here. So the apple will always be the first and the banana will always be the second. So we want to loop through the list of card values and set those values to our cards array. To do that, I'm going to get the card values. I'm going to map through them. So loop through each of them. And I'm going to get two things from each one of them. I'm going to get the value and the index. Now, if you're not familiar with the map function, it's a JavaScript function that it allows you to loop through an array. And inside of that iteration, you get access to the value, so what emoji it is, and also the index. So in this case, it would be 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, because it's just the position of the item in the array. Now, what we want to do here is we're looping through these card values so that when we set the cards, we actually set it to be something different, a different way of looking at this card values, because card values right now is just an array of strings, but we want to know more about the cards. So actually what I'm going to do here to make it easier for you guys to understand is I'm going to do this. I'm going to create here a variable called final cards, and I'm going to set it equal to this. Now for each card value, so for each emoji, I want to create an object that is going to include more than just the emoji. It's going to include the ID of the card, which is just the index, so the position in the array, so we know what emoji we're talking about. Then the value, which is the actual emoji. Then we want to keep track of whether or not the card is flipped, which obviously by default, when you're initializing the game, it's never going to be flipped. And we also want to keep track of whether or not you have matched that card with its corresponding emoji. And initially, it's going to be false as well. So basically, all we did here is if I were to console log this, which I won't, I'll just do this as an example. If I were to console log the card values, right, to see how it looks like. And then after this final cards array of objects is created, I were to console log the final cards. What this means is the first console log is just going to be an array of a bunch of emojis. The second one is going to be an array of the same length, but instead of just being the emojis, we are generating an object for each of the items in the array that includes more, such as the ID of the card, the emoji itself, whether it's flipped or not, and whether it's matched or not. So that's just a way for us to keep track of more information. Then I want to set our cards state to be equal to this final cards value. Now this function should be called when our component renders, meaning when the user opens the website and opens this page. To run a function right at the render stage of a component, you can utilize a hook in React called the useEffect hook. This hook allows you to pass a callback function inside of here that runs at different stages of when your component is rendering. If we want to run it right when the component renders and only run it once, we have to pass an empty array over here. Please make sure you do pass an empty array or else you're going to break your app. Inside of this useEffect, what I want to do is I just want to call the initializeGame function so that we can initialize the game. Perfect. So now we're almost at a good stage to actually start playing the game. The only thing we need now is a way for us to click on these cards and have it flip to show the other side. Now, to do that, there's one thing I need to do. Now that we have this cards state, we need to use it. So instead of looping through the card values over here, we can actually loop through the cards array so that this cards thing over here has more context about each individual card. Now you saw that it broke. It doesn't show the emojis anymore. That's because when we render the emoji here, we have to show the card.value instead of just the card. Go back to when I did this. Now that's because we need to show the card.value now instead of just the card. You see now we can see all the question marks. Perfect. Now to handle the clicking, I need to make it such that when the user clicks on this card, so on click, we want to call a function. Now this function, we don't have it, but we're going to pass it as a prop here. We're going to call it on click. And that function will be called when you click on the card. Now, to know which card we clicked on it, we're going to pass back the exact card to this function as an argument to it. Now we can go back to our app.jsx where we call that component, and we have to pass an onClick prop, which is going to be a function that handles that logic. So we're going to create here a function, call it handle card click, and we're going to pass it over here. Now there's an issue, because if you look at this function, there's no card as an argument to it, but when we call it over here, I know the names change, we pass a handle card click to an on click, but that's the same function. It's just the same function, this and this over here. But when we call it, we pass the card. So we need to make sure that the arguments of this function accepts a card. Now, how do we handle the logic of clicking the card? Well, to do it, we need to first check a couple things. So we're going to have an if statement over here, and I'm even going to add a comment so it makes it easier for you guys. I don't allow clicking if the card is already flipped or if it's already matched. So if we look over here on the real game, if I flip a card, I can't keep flipping it. This is just a not new turn, right? When I do this. And let me try matching them. Yeah. You see, clicking doesn't work anymore on this because it's already matched. So to handle something like this, what we have to do is in this if statement, we're going to check to see if the card that we're trying to click is already flipped. If that's true, or the card that we're trying to click is already matched, which again, remember, by default, it's always false, but we're going to change it so that it sets it to true. Then we want to return and not continue on with this function. An early return will prevent us from actually executing the logic that we're going to write after this. Now, in the case in which we want to flip the card, here's how we're going to do it. We want to update the card flipped state. Now, to do that, we're going to create a variable called new cards, set it equal to the cards array, and map through it. So we're basically creating a copy of the cards array, but this new cards array is going to be a copy with the updated state. So it's going to include all of the same cards, but it's going to flip the one that you're trying to flip. To do that, we're going to loop through the cards, get each card in this argument over here. We're going to call it C, but we could just call it card actually. I don't think it messes up with anything else. But for each card, we're going to check a couple of things. We're going to check to see if the card.id is equal to oh no, we can't actually call it card because we have already a card here in the argument of this function. So we just call it C. And we'll say if the c.id is equal to the card.id, which means we are inside of the card that we're trying to flip, then I want to change the value of this card to be exactly what it currently is, which is what these three dots mean in an object. If you're not familiar with this notation in JavaScript, it basically keeps the entire object the same, but it changes one property of it, which is the isFlipped Boolean from false to true. Now, this is great. We're going to now loop through the list of cards, find the card that we're trying to flip, and change the object inside of it to have the isFlipped being true. Now, if the first condition here is not sustained, so if this isn't the card that we're trying to flip, then we keep it exactly the same. And how do we keep it the same? We just return the card itself. We don't return any changes in it. This logic inside of a map will make it such that this new cards array has the updated state. So if I set here the cards state to be equal to this new cards, you see that if I click on one of the cards, absolutely nothing still happens. Now, why is that? Does that mean that we're not flipping the cards? Well, Actually, no, it means that we are flipping the cards. But there's just one minor change we need to make. The change is related to CSS. Now, we have some CSS here that determines whether or not we should show the card in the front or the card in the back through a change in opacity, as you can see over here. So that's how we determine which of them is showing, the question mark or the emoji. Now, to make that change work, what we need to do is we need to come to this div over here, which we handle the cards. And in the class name, if you look in our index.css, the main difference between a card that shows the card front, so the question mark, and the card back, which is the emoji, is that it has an extra class name to it called flipped. So what we need to do is in this card over here, we need to change the class name depending on whether or not the card is flipped. So to do that, I'm actually going to delete this class name, and instead of passing a string, I'm going to pass a curly braces, allowing me to use some backticks, because we're going to be using some string templating, which if you're not familiar with in JavaScript, just allows us to easily insert JavaScript variables inside of a string. So we're still going to pass the card class name, just like we were doing before. But now we're going to write direct JavaScript inside of here by adding a money sign and curly braces. And now whatever I type here is not a string, it's JavaScript. And I will check to see if the card that we're trying to flip is flipped. If that's true, then I want to add a class name to this card called flipped. If not, then I want to add nothing, which this empty string is what it means. So look what we're doing here. This if else over here is a methodology of you having inline conditionals. So you can do an if else statement without having to literally write if and else. What we're doing here is we're checking to see if the card is flipped. If it is, we apply this class name to this div. If not, we don't do anything else, because we can just use we can just do an if statement. We need to do an if else if we're inside of a string like this. Now, what this means is if I were to click on something, it actually shows that the thing is flipped. Now I can flip everything here. We currently didn't implement the logic for detecting if you flipped two, but what happens if you click on it again? Doesn't seem to work because it's already flipped. If you look in the logic here, we check to see if the card is flipped, and if it is, we don't allow it to be flipped again. Perfect. Now, what I want to do is I want to check to see if there was a match. So what does that mean? It means that if I select two cards over here and they are the same, it should be considered a match and lock them inside of a state where it looks like this, right? It has a different UI for it. How do we do that? Well, to do that, we'll continue on this handle card click function. Now, for me to know if a card is a match, we need to keep track of, for example, the last card that we flipped. So if we flip one card, that's fine. But if we flip a second card, we need to know what was the first card that we flipped. So to do that, we need to keep track of that logic through a state. Now I'm going to create here a state called flipped cards, and I'll create a function called set flipped cards. And I'll set this equal to use state. Now this is going to be an array, but it's not going to be like this array over here. But this array over here has 16 items, but this one will only have between 0 to 2 in length because it only keeps track of the 2 items that are flipped. So what I want to do is when the user flips a card, right? When the user flips the card over here and we update the cards that are flipped, we also want to update the flipped cards array. So I'm going to create here a variable called new flipped cards, similar to what we have here. And it's going to be basically just the current flipped cards array. So I'll get the current flipped cards plus the ID of the card that we just flipped. So we're using the ID of the card, which is just the index in this array over here, so that we keep track of which cards are flipped. And then we'll just set the flipped cards array to be equal to this new value. Perfect. Then I want to check for a match if 2 cards are flipped. Now, how do we know if 2 cards are flipped? Well, we know 2 cards are flipped if this new flipped cards state that we created has a length equal to 1. Why? Because when we call this handle card click function, which is when this if statement runs, it is when we're flipping a card. And if I have a length of 1 in flipped cards, which is what I have right now, and I click again, then we know that we want to check for a match because it's the second card that I'm clicking. So to do that, I am going to ask if flippedcards.length is equal to 1, and I'll get the emoji of the first card. How do I do that? Well, I'm going to use the cards state, so the cards array, and I'll get the card where the flipped cards and the first item of it is. So flipped cards is the ID, right? So it's the position in the array. And if the length is equal to 1, meaning that there is one item in flipped cards, we're going to get that item, which automatically is going to be the index of that card in the cards array. I'm aware that this logic over here looks a bit complicated, but it really is not. If you think about it, flipped cards is just a list of 2 IDs, right? And the ID is just the position of the item in the cards array. Here, we're just getting the card that is the first one by getting the first flipped card. Then what I want to do is I want to check to see if the first card dot value is equal to the card dot value. So if the value, the emoji of the first card is equal to the emoji of the card that we're trying to flip right now. If that's true, then for now, let me just alert a message saying match. And let's see if this works. So I'll refresh this page over here. I'll click an apple and then a grape, nothing happened. Click a strawberry, nothing happened. Click to grape, nothing happened. Why is this not working? Surely I got a match, right? Well, it's because we need to reset the item. Right now it's just checking for the apple, right? We need to reset the flipped cards array and close them before we can choose other items. But one thing that we can test though to see if the match logic works is we know that the first item is the apple, and since we don't have the shuffling yet, it means that the second apple should be this one over here. So if I click this and it shows an alert saying match, and it does, it means that we have that logic working. But we still need to, like, whenever it's not a match, we need to flip them back into being a question mark. So to do that, what we need to do is we need to go back here, go into our handle click, and you see how we are detecting to see if it's a match. If it's not a match, we're going to do something else. So I'm going to put an else statement over here, and I want to do basically 2 things. So the first thing is I want to flip back card 1, and the second thing is I want to flip back card 2. So to do this, I'm going to create a variable here called flipped back cards. It's going to be a new version of this cards array, but with the 2 cards that were flipped now flipped back to their original state. So to do that, we're going to access not the cards array, but rather the new cards, this one over here, because this one already has the current flipped card set to true. So we're going to do that. We're going to say new cards dot map, and for each item we're going to get the card, and we're going to transform that into the following. So we want to get the current updated flipped cards, which is this new flipped cards array that we have here that includes the first card and now the second card. And we're going to loop through that and check to see if that array includes the current card.id. So we're going to loop through all of the cards and check to see if the flipped cards include this ID, because if it does, then I want to flip that card back to false. So the way we do this with this map is obviously we have to, I'm going to actually turn this into an if statement. So I'm going to say if new flipped cards dot includes is true, then I want to keep everything the same in this card. So we use the destructor and the 3 dots with the current card in the new cards array. And we just change the is flipped boolean to false. Perfect. Now, in the case in which it's not, it doesn't include the current card, then we obviously do the same thing we did before. We keep the card exactly the same. Now, this will make a bit of, it will actually work slightly. You'll see what I mean by this. If I come here and I set the cards equal to this flipped back cards array, look what's going to happen. So I'm going to refresh this. I'm going to click on the first one. Then I'm clicking on the second one. And interesting, that's kind of weird. It seems like it did flip back one of them. The other one doesn't seem to have flipped back at all, or even flipped to show the fruit in the first place. Now, there's a couple reasons why. The main one is obviously we have to set a delay in between when we flip them back and when we show the card so that the user can see the card in the first place. But also in this if statement over here, we're checking to see if the list of flipped cards, right, that includes 2 cards at max, the first card that was flipped and the second one, if it includes the current card.id. But we also want to set the is flipped to false if the card.id that we are currently iterating through is equal to the ID of the card that we're trying to flip. Now, that won't actually solve the issue that we just talked about. You see, it doesn't actually solve, but that's a conditional that is important for us to put. Now, to make it such that we can see there being a delay in between flipping the card after it's not a match, the way we do this is actually by utilizing what is known as a set timeout. So a set timeout allows us to run a function after a certain amount of time. Now, the function that goes inside of here in this set timeout, whatever logic you put in here, will run after a certain delay. Now, the delay has to be in milliseconds, and you put it over here. Now, the delay we want to put is 1,000, which it means 1 second. So there's a delay of 1 second before putting all of this logic, executing this logic that we have to flip back the cards. So now you'll see that what happens is we're going to flip both cards. We see them for a second and then it flips back. Now that works perfectly. So this means that we are almost ready to, at least we can start playing. You see, it is in a match and oh, it seems like it didn't actually register. That might just be because that's interesting. So there's a bit more that we have to do. You see, it broke the game because we checked this and this. The thing is, currently, it's not resetting the state, right? Flipped cards is always going to include the first card. So right now, even though they flipped back, we didn't reset the state for the flipped cards. And that's the issue. So to fix that, after we flip the cards back, we want to update that flipped cards state to be an empty array. Because remember, the flipped cards array always just keep track of the 2 cards that are currently flipped. If we do that, then now we can actually play fully. It flips back, resets the state. It flips back, resets the state. Now, when we do find a scenario in which the 2 cards match, you see that it says match. Now, let's handle a few other edge cases. So the first thing is I want to determine when a match happens, and I want to change the UI to show that. So for example, I want to lock the 2 emojis together like this and put a cool little background in the back. So how do we do something like that? The first thing we do is we're going to have to create a state that is going to keep track of the cards that were already matched. So the same way how we are keeping track of which cards are flipped, we're keeping track of which cards are matched. So we'll copy this, we're going to paste it here, and we're going to create a state called matched cards and a function called set matched cards. Then when we do find a match, which happens over here, what we need to do is we need to set the matched cards array to be equal to whatever the matched cards currently have, which we can get by passing actually a callback function inside of this state function. And what it gives us is, this was actually an accident. I shouldn't put 3 dots here. What this pref variable here is the current state of the matched card states. Obviously, we could just access that state over here, but due to how React works and state updates, it's actually more accurate for you to access the value of the state directly through the callback function over here, rather than the value from the state over here. So what we want to do is we want to update this matched cards array to add the 2 current cards that we just flipped, and we detected that they were a match, into this array. How do you do that? Well, the way you do that is you set the matched cards to be equal to an array that contains everything from the current array, plus you can actually add new items here. For example, you can add the ID of the first card and the ID of the current card. Now, match cards is going to be an array of IDs of cards that were matched. And the first card is just the first card that we flipped. So when I flip this one, it's going to be the ID of this apple. And then when I flip the second apple, card.id is going to be the ID of the second apple. Now matched cards should contain both IDs because I just matched both of them. Perfect. Now, what do we want to do? Well, not only are we keeping track of the matched cards through this extra state, but also the cards array contains a Boolean called isMatched. So we want to update that array to contain the new is matched for both the first card and the card.id. So it kind of looks like something in the lines of what we've done so far for this over here, where we update the flipped states. We're going to copy this and we're going to paste it over here right below the matched cards. But instead of updating the property in the cards to be equal to is flipped, we're going to update the is matched properties to be true. Now I'm going to call this new matched cards. I'm going to loop through the cards array. I'm going to detect to see if the ID of the card is equal to the card ID, or if the ID of the card is equal to the first card, because we want to update and set it is matched to be equal to true for both the first card and the second one. Remember, card is always the card that we're clicking for the second time, because this function should run on the second, right? Then we're going to change is matched to be equal to true. Now, in any other scenario, we're just going to return the current card, so we don't change anything, and I update the cards array to include that. Perfect. We also want to reset the flipped cards state so that we can continue playing the game. So I'll reset that to 0. And I also find that setting a small delay between showing that they were successfully matched as a good idea. So I'm going to wrap this logic here around with a set timeout as well. But the timeout, the delay that we have on this one is a bit bigger than what I want. I don't want it to be 1 second. I want it to be just slightly. So let's make it 500 milliseconds, which again means 0.5 seconds. Perfect. Now we're able to match two cards and at the same time continue playing. Now you notice over there that even though I match them, it does flip back. It's kind of interesting, right? Why is that happening? Well, the reason for why this is happening is because, like I just explained to you guys, the state, when you use it like this, like the card state over here, it doesn't usually have the most up-to-date value of the state. It actually, in an operation like this one, the most up-to-date value of the state is accessible through the callback function by using this prev argument over here. So when we access the matched cards over here, when we access the cards to update the new matched card state, we technically don't have context of the second card, so we should actually change this to access the previous value. How do we do that? Well, I'm actually not going to create this extra variable over here. I'm just going to copy this and put it in here, just like this. But I'm going to create a callback function over here and access the prev. I'm going to remove this over here, and instead of using the cards array, I'm just going to use the prev. So I like to separate it, like pull it out into a separate variable so that you guys can more easily understand the logic that goes inside, because I know this looks a bit confusing, but we basically just copied this, put it inside of here, and now we're using the prev, which is the cards array, instead of directly using the cards state. You see that now, if I were to refresh this and I were to match two cards, it does work. And I can continue playing the game. If it doesn't match, it just flips back. Perfect. Now we want to lock those cards. But before we even do that, I want to show the state where we have this green glow whenever two cards are matched. To do that, I'm going to come back here to where we have the logic, the UI for flipping a card, and I want to add some more stuff to here. The first thing I want to add is I'm going to add another check after the check for is flipped. Now this check is not going to check to see if the card is flipped, it's going to check to see if the card is matched. And if so, we actually want to apply a different CSS state that we created over here. Let me just open this up, matched. You see that when a card is matched, we apply this beautiful box shadow, a different background, and a border. You see that now, if I go back here, the state shows the match state because this card is matched. If I were to now match another, it should show that those also have that matched state. So I can continue playing and everything works perfectly. Now, let's go back over here and let's go to our states. There's one thing we haven't been really keeping track of, which is, look at this. The header of our memory card has the number of moves and the score as something completely hard-coded. We are not keeping track of that, but it's actually pretty easy for us to keep track of both of them. To do that, we want to create a state that is going to keep track of each of them. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to create a state called score and a set score. Set this equal to a use state that starts with 0. Same thing with moves. I'm going to copy this, change this to say moves, and set moves, and it's going to start at 0. Now, when we pass the props to our component over here, instead of just passing a hard-coded number, we can just pass the state. Now, obviously, this means there will be 0 at the start, but it's very easy for us to update those values based on what we're doing. So for example, the moves is very simple. Every time you click on a card, doesn't matter if it's matched or if it doesn't match, you have made a move. So to do that, we're going to come back to the bottom of this right after the if-else statement. And every time the user clicks on the card, we're going to set moves to be equal to whatever the moves number is right now plus 1. And you'll see that now as I move on and I achieve the different stuff, the moves will increase no matter what. I can get this correct and it will work, but whenever I get it wrong, it will still count up. Now for the score, it's also simple. All I have to do is whenever there is a match, which in this case it's over here, we increase the score. So I'll change this to say set score to be equal to whatever it is plus 1. So you see that if I refresh this game, I play 2 cards that don't work, but then I play 2 that do work, the score should go up by 1. Perfect. So almost all of our entire game is done. There's just a couple things more that I want to do. The first thing is I want to allow the user to end the game. So right now it's pretty simple for us to end the game, and that's why I'm going to do the functionality now. If I just, since the cards are not shuffled, we know that when this happens over here, the game is over, and we should be able to restart the game. Now, if you look in our in this over here, you can actually restart the game at any time by clicking this new game button. So we're going to add that button into our UI. So to do that, I'm going to come here to our UI, and you see how we have the header over here. Below this second div, we're going to add a button that is going to say new game. In the button class name, we're going to give a class name of reset button. Now, when you click on this button, I want there to I wanted to call an onClick function that is going to reset the game, but we don't have that logic here. So that onReset function is going to be something that we're going to pass through props. So I'm going to pass an onClick and I'm going to call the onReset function. Now, what is this onReset function? Do we have access to it here in our app.jsx? Well, we kind of do, because if you look at the first thing we did here was we created this initialize game function. And this initialize game function, first of all, resets the entire card values state to be equal to a state with just the emojis and everything being equal to false. So you see that if I were to pass this initialize game function as the onReset, so if it's not in the card, it's in the game header, I pass the onReset and I pass initialize game as the function that is called when I click on this button, it should restart the entire game. There's just a couple minor differences and changes that we need to make in order to fully reset. For example, the score and the moves are not resetting. So the way we do this is whenever we initialize a game, we also want to set the moves to be equal to 0 and set the score to be equal to 0. Now, while we're on it, we also want to reset everything else, like reset the matched cards, which we haven't even used yet, to be an empty state, and reset the flipped cards to be an empty state. And now you're able to play for whatever you want. The score might increase, the moves might increase, whatever, but you reset by clicking new game. Now that seems to work. One thing that I want to just fix real quick is if you look at our code here, if I were to choose a bunch of things at once, you see, even though it doesn't register, it does show the cards, which is not a good behavior. In the original one, you see that I can't do that. I can't click, right? They get kind of locked. So it's something that we need to do. We want to allow the cards to be locked while they are showing, so that you're not able to just click a bunch of cards at once and see the other cards. To do that, we want to create a state for keeping track of whether or not the 2 cards are locked and you can't click on other cards. So I'm going to create a state here called isLocked and a function called setIsLocked. Set this equal to useState, set that to be false. And when we start clicking a card and we're checking for a match, meaning it's the second card that is clicked, not the first one, then we want to set isLocked to be equal to true. But then when do we set isLocked to the false? You might ask yourself, oh, do we do it over here? No, because technically this will all run continuously. The only thing that has a delay to it is the stuff inside of the set timeout. So on both set timeouts, we're going to set isLocked to false so that it just doesn't allow the user to click on other cards until they flip back. Now, we need to actually guard the is locked state. And the way we do this is in this first return that we have here, where we check to see if the card is already flipped and if the card is already matched, and then preventing them to click on them again. We also want to prevent a user from clicking on a card if is locked is equal to true. And on top of that, we can even put even further. If the flipped cards currently have a length of 2, it means that 2 cards have been flipped, so you shouldn't be able to flip a third one. They should reset before you can do that. So you'll see that now, if I were to start clicking a bunch of stuff, I can't, because is locked is equal to true until they unresolve and go back. And that resolves that issue. Now we're almost done. All we need to do now is we need to shuffle the cards when the game initializes. So I'm going to go back here to the initialize game. I also want to just quickly set is locked to false, so that we reset that value as well. And in this function, I want to shuffle the cards. Now, the reason why I left shuffling for last is just because it is a bit harder, and we're not going to write it manually just because it is a pre-existing algorithm for how you can shuffle an array. So just shuffle the items in a single item array. And here is the function we're going to create. We're going to create a function called shuffle array, and it's going to have an argument called array. And this is the logic that goes inside. Basically, we create a copy of the array. We loop through the items. We get a constant called j, and we generate a random position for that item in the new array. And then we shuffle that item into that position. And in the end, we have a shuffled array. We just swap the items of each item by getting a random number in the length of this array, and in the end we'll have all of the items in the array never going out of bounds and in different positions. By creating this function, I can now come here, get a variable called shuffled, call the shuffle array, and pass the card values. And instead of using the card values to map, we use the shuffled. And you see that now the first item, which was always an apple, is a banana. So this is an actual game because I don't know where anything is here. Yeah, finally found one and it's working. And if I were to refresh this, the banana is not here anymore. It's always changing. Perfect. Now, to finalize this, I want to actually show a state in which I completed the game. So how do we do that? Well, I want to come to our components folder. I'll create a component called win message. And in here, we'll create a UI that is going to return the UI for the when a user wins the game. So I'll create a function called win message, and what this UI will return is a div that is going to have an h2 saying congratulations, and it's going to have a paragraph tag saying you completed the game in, and then we want to actually show the number of moves that the user took to complete the game. So the number of moves is going to be a variable called moves, but we don't have that access to that here. So we need to get it from the props. Then we're going to export this component, and in the app.jsx right down here, in between the game header and the cards, we're going to return the win message, and we're going to pass the moves as a prop. Now, currently, obviously, it's going to show no matter what. It shows like this. Also, there's no styling to it, which is something we do want to fix. So we're going to add some class names. We'll pretty much just make this be win message, and it will look slightly better. But what we need to do is only show this when the user has won the game. To do that, we'll come back here and we'll finally utilize the state for the matched cards, which we created and updated in the beginning. Now we know the game is complete if the following condition is true. So const is game complete is true when the matched cards dot length is equal to the length of the original card values, meaning all of the cards are matched. And if that's true, then we show the win message. To test this, I want to actually unshuffle the cards. So I'll do this, just replace that so that we can start with an easy game, right? Where I know where everything is. And I'm just gonna win the game just to test this. And when I do win the game, we should be able to see congratulations appearing over here. And I can choose new game. It says how many moves I took and it works. Perfect. So we're pretty much done with this game. There's just one thing I want to do, and this is kind of optional. The game works. You can code this and make it work. But if you want to improve even more your React skills, I'm going to show you a way to make this code a lot more organized and better to read. If you notice, we made all of the UI changes and all of the logical changes in this project in the same component. Pretty much everything is in the app component. But in React, you really don't want to keep logic and UI in the same place. Most likely, you want to get this logic, so all of the states, the functions, all that kind of stuff, and extract it into a separate function that you can then just call in this component and access its information. What that extra function is known as a hook. And we've been using a bunch of hooks so far. We have the use state, we've used the use effect, and so on. But we can make our own hooks. So I'm going to create a folder in our project called hooks, but we're pretty much just going to have one. And I'm going to create a hook, which is just a function that is going to handle the game logic of this project. Now, it's not a JSX because a hook is not a component. A component returns UI. A hook doesn't. And the main difference between a hook and just a normal JavaScript function is that in a hook, you can access React states and other stuff related to React, which is exactly what we want. So what we want to do is inside of this use game logic file, we want to export a function called use game logic. It will take in as arguments one thing, which is the only thing that we don't have that exists in this app.jsx, which is the card values. So it will require the original card values. And what I want is to copy all of this logic over here, everything, up until we return our UI. And I'm deleting it from our app component and I'm putting it directly inside of here. Now, how do we access all of that now here, right? Because in the app component, we need to access the score, the moves, the initialize game, the is game complete, all of that stuff that we previously had in here, but now goes in the use game logic. Well, that's the point. The logic is here. And in this use game logic function right at the end, we return some information. Now, what do we want to return? Well, we want to return the cards. We want to return the score. We want to return the moves. We want to return if the game is complete, the initialize game function, and the handle card click function. Now, to access that information again in the app component, we can just call the use game logic hook, pass in the card values, and in here, we can get back the cards, the score, the moves, the handle card click, the initialize game, and the is game complete. So you see, if I go back to our project here, right now it's still broken. Let's check to see why. There might just be some minor thing that we forgot to pass. So it says use state is not defined. The reason for that is because in their app.jsx, we imported the use state and use effect, but that isn't the case here in the use game logic because we haven't imported that. So we actually want to do that. Up here, we'll just import those two hooks. And you see that now the game works perfectly without having all of that logic existing in the app component. So this is a great way for you to organize your project, and it's kind of how we're going to be building the next two projects. But the next two projects, I won't be building it first in a more beginner way without using the hook. I'll go directly into creating the hook and putting all the logic there, because now I hope you guys understand the benefit of separating your logic into a separate function so that your component is beautiful and easy to look at, right? You look at this app component, you see how it's structured, it calls different components, it calls a hook where it gets some data, and it works in that way. So this is pretty much it for this first project. It's a more, I would say, end of beginner to intermediate project because you do practice a lot of the core concepts of React, like state logic, props, all that kind of stuff. But on the next one, we're going to be learning about even more stuff. We're going to be learning about routes, different routes in your projects. We're going to be learning about fetching data and a lot more. So stay tuned for that. Okay, everyone. Now let's start the second project in this video. In this project, we're going to be building a music player app. Like you saw in the demo, it's going to include a bunch of stuff like saving your data to your local storage, some of the same stuff we've learned on the first project, but also we're going to be working with our file system and at the same time, keeping track of data throughout different renders. So what I want to do is I want to start by creating our project. I'm going to open this up and I'm going to run npx create vite at latest. We're going to be prompted with the same question. I'm going to put a dot. We're going to choose React. just like before. We're going to choose JavaScript. We're going to choose no for this, yes for NPM, and it's going to start installing the dependencies and running our project. Now we'll open up this website and we'll open it up exactly where we had before. And now we can get started with building the project. So I'll start this off by doing the same thing we did on the previous one, which is we're going to delete some of the unnecessary stuff like the assets and the app.css. Delete that, delete everything in the index.css, go to the app.jsx and delete everything in here, then delete this use state and delete everything here. Perfect. Now we want to paste all of the CSS that we're going to have for this project. If you missed the first project, in this video, I won't be showing myself writing CSS because I want to focus the entire attention in the React part of the projects. So I'll just be using class names that I already made the CSS for, and you can copy the CSS by going to this index.css file in the code in the description and just using it. It's going to be very minor CSS. I didn't really put that much attention to the styling of the projects because, again, that's not the main focus. However, if you want to reuse the same styles, just go ahead and copy the ones from the description. Another thing we do need is this project is going to involve some songs. It's going to be kind of like a music player, kind of like a playlist manager type project. And we need to upload songs into this project. So I will be using songs that I personally wrote. I don't know if any of you guys know this, but I tried to become a DJ like 2 years ago. And I mean, I didn't really try. I just really liked doing it, and I still make music once in a while. But I made a bunch of songs. I published them on Spotify, and I have their file over here. So I made this folder called songs, and that's what I'm going to be using. The reason why I'm only using my songs is because I don't want to be hit with copyright. So since they are my songs, I won't be hit with that. But in your case, if you want to make this look more authentic, maybe for you want to use real songs, go ahead and use real songs. You just have to download them and upload them into this songs folder. But if you want to use the same ones as me, just go ahead and download this folder. I don't care if you download them. You can do that. They're already publicly available anyways on SoundCloud, but I'll just delete them. Perfect. Now we can get started with our project. The first thing I want to do is I want to start setting up our app.jsx. Now for the app.jsx, I'm going to return a div with a class name of app. Then we need to have a navbar that we're going to allow the user to navigate between the different pages. So this project will actually involve different routes in our project. So you can go through to different pages. You can go to the playlist page. I think we're just going to have 2 routes. At least in this project. So we want to set up routing in this application. And we also want to create a component that is going to allow us to navigate between the different routes. So we're going to have that. But before we even have that, I'm just going to comment that out. We're going to set up the infrastructure for the different routes. So we're going to come here and we're going to create a main tag to indicate that this is going to be the main part of the website. We're going to give it a class name of app main. And then we're going to create 2 different sections here. The first section is going to be the player section. The second section is going to be the content section. Now, what does this mean? Well, let me go back here and let me actually open up. Don't show that. Just show me directly here. And let me actually just open up the final result. So this is the final result. We have the navbar showing up over here. This is the player section, and this is the content section. So this is the division that we just made over here. Now, for the player section, we're going to create a component which is going to represent this music player. Currently, we don't have anything. We just have this UI over here that it's completely misplaced. Now, for the music player, we'll create here a component called music player, and it will contain the UI for that stuff. We're going to create a folder in our application called components. And in here, we're going to create a file called a music player. This will contain the component for the music player. So we're just going to create a function called music player. And for now, we're not really going to do anything with it. We're just going to return a div without anything. Now, this means that we can import this by just writing it again and pressing enter. It will import this and we should be good to go. Now, before we write the UI for the music player, let's create the content section. Now, what is this content section? If you look over here, we are in the home page, And this content section just shows the different songs and we can move through them and play them. Now, if I go to the playlists page, this changes. So you see, we have two different routes in this application, but the only thing that really changes in the app, depending on the route that you're in, is just this part over here. So this is something that you can actually do with routes. All it does is it detects what URL you're in, and you can render a component depending on which URL you're in for a different part of your app. So what I want to do is I want to start defining that route structure in our project. To do that, I need to install a package that allows us to have routing. And the package we're going to be installing is known as React Router. So I'm going to open this up over here and we're going to run npm install React Router. This is going to allow us to use the React Router library to set up routes in our app. Now, how do we create a route? Well, at the top over here, I'm going to import this component called a browser router from React Router. We also want to import a component called routes and one called route. All three of them matter for this to work. Now, I want to wrap this entire app over here with a browser router. You do this so that everything inside of this app is able to access the different content and pieces of information related to routing. Now, the next thing we want to do is the following. We want to create the components that are going to represent each individual route. So in this page over here, like I said, we have two routes. But the only thing that changes is this part over here. So basically we have two components, one for the all songs part of the website and one for the playlists part of the website. And depending on the URL, we swap which component is being shown. So what we need to do is we need to define routes inside of this project. So you go to where you want to actually swap the component, so where you want to display the routes, and it's actually going to be on the content section. And in here, we're going to pass in a routes component that is a wrapper component. Inside of this routes component, you're going to define each individual route. To define a route, you just use the routes component, self-close it, and then you have to pass two things to it. The first thing is a path, which is just what is the URL, like the path name you need to access this route. And if it is just the home route, which is this one over here, we're going to just put an empty slash. Then you need to pass an element. And the element is what component is going to be displayed when you are in this route. So we don't have the components created yet, but we're going to have two components. One to show all of the songs, which is this over here, and one to show the playlists. So what we want to do is we want to come to our components folder. We're going to create an all songs.jsx file. Inside of here, we're going to just export a component like we did over there, but we're going to change this to say all songs. And we're going to copy and paste this to create a playlists file. Now, we want to, again, change the name here to say playlists so that we can have a different component for each of them. Now, we'll go back to the app.jsx. And in here, we're going to call the all songs component that we can import at the top over here from the components folder. So we'll import from all songs. We're going to import the all songs component. Perfect. Now we're going to copy this and we're going to define the second route, which is going to be the playlists one. For that one, we have to pass something different for the path. As you can see over here, the path for that is going to be /playlists, because that's what we want to have whenever you want to see the playlists. And here, we're just going to also pass the playlists component, and we're going to do the same thing we did over here. We're going to import the playlists component from the playlists file. Then let's just put something different, like a small piece of UI for us to test if the component swapping is working. I'll write here playlists, and on the all songs, I'm going to write all songs. Now, what should happen is in our main route over here, we should see it saying all songs. But if I were to go to the playlists route, it should say playlists. So we are correctly swapping the UI on the content section based on the route. Perfect. Now we actually want to build the all songs section. How do we do that? Well, we're going to close this up over here. We're going to go to the all songs. And in here, we just want to get the list of songs that we have on our project and display them like this, just as a list where you can swap to select each of them. Now, we don't have the music player yet. I'm waiting because it's a bit more complicated, but we're going to just do it simple with this list of items. To do that, we have to create a place where we're going to keep all of the logic with regards to which songs you're playing and which songs you can play. So instead of putting that logic inside of one component, we want to create a hook that is going to keep track of that. Now, to create that hook, we're going to create here a folder, call it hooks, and we're going to create a hook called use music. You can call it whatever you want, but I prefer to call it use music. Now in here, we're going to export const use music, and in this hook, what I want to do is I want to define a couple states that we want to keep track of. The first state is going to be related to all of the songs. Now, what do I mean by that? It's a state that keeps track of all of the songs that we can play, and it is going to be an array. So its empty value is an array. We're going to call it all songs, and it's going to have a function called set all songs. And its initial value is not just going to be an empty array. Actually, it's going to be a list that we're going to create here called songs. This is going to be the song database. So it's where we're going to keep the list of songs that we want to play. And currently we have them on our public folder in the songs folder. So in here, for each song, we want to have an object to represent that song. We're going to put some information about it. For example, we're going to put an ID for each song. We're going to put a title. And the first song that I have here, the title is Breaching. Then we're going to put the artist name. So put it as if you're doing for your songs. If you're using your songs, you can use mine as well. For artist, my DJ name was Echo BR. So I'm just going to put that. And then a URL. Now, if you're using songs that aren't locally, you can just put a public URL. In my case over here, since I'm putting the path towards where the song is, I'll do a /songs/ the name of the song. So in this case, it would be breaching.wave, which is the format of the song. And then I want to just put a duration here. I know that the duration of the song is going to be 3 minutes and 45 seconds, so I'm going to put that. Now you do that for all of the songs. I already have this list created for my songs, so I'm just going to copy and paste it over here. Now we have this list of songs, and we'll make all songs be equal to this initial list. Perfect. Okay, now that we have all of the songs in a state, I'm going to return some data from this hook. Now, obviously, right now, this hook is kind of useless because all we have is one state in here, so there isn't a lot of logic that we are abstracting here. But as we continue our project, we're going to build this out more. So I'm going to come here to the all songs component, and inside of it, I'm going to call the use music hook. Then I'm going to get back all of the songs, and we're going to start building out the UI. The first thing I need to do is add a class name here and set this div to have all songs. Then I want to put a title for this section, which will include the number of songs that is considered all of the songs. If you look here, it shows 8, and we want to do the exact same thing in here when we are in the all songs section. To do that, what we're going to do is we're going to write all songs, and we're going to insert the length of the all songs array. And now we should be able to see the number of songs. Now below this, what I want to do is I want to add a div that is going to be the grid for all of the songs. So it's going to be this display over here, right? Now to do that, I want to add a class name that is going to apply that kind of layout. It's going to be called songs grid. Then inside of this div, we're going to loop through the list of songs. So we're going to say all songs.map to loop through them. And for each song, we're going to require the song info and the key of the item. Now, if you're not familiar with React that much, you should know that we get the key from these maps in order to make it easier for React to reconcile the positioning of each element. So it is highly recommended that when you are rendering some UI inside of a list, you always pass the key to the parent item in that list. So the highest level div that is being returned. So that's why we do that. It doesn't actually affect anything, visually, but if you don't do that, you'll get a warning and it's kind of annoying. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to add a class name to this div. We're going to say this is the song card. And you see, just because we have 8 songs and we're looping through each of them, by adding the div with the song card class, we already get this cool little like rectangles with a border and a little effect when you hover, but we get none of the info about the song inside of it. To do that, instead, what we want to do is we want to add a div inside of here, and this div is going to be called song info. Then inside of this div, I want to put a couple pieces of information. The first one is the song.title. The second one is not a title, so we're going to put a paragraph, and it's going to be the name of the artist. So song.artist. And then finally, we're going to put the duration. The duration, I'm just going to use a span because I don't want to put any padding or margin that comes with a P or an H3 tag. So I'm just going to say song.duration. Perfect. Now we should see each song appearing with the title, the artist name, and the duration. Great. Now, what do we want to do? Well, I just want to put some minor classes into each of these elements. So this will be the song title. This will be the song artist. So we'll change this to artist. And this will be the song duration, just so we can apply some small padding and movement to the items. Now, right now, there's no way to select any of these songs. We're not keeping track of which song is playing. So we want to do that. To do that, we're going to come to our use music hook over here, and we're going to create a function that is going to be called whenever we want to play a song. So whenever we select a song, I'm going to call the name of this function handle play song. And it's going to be a function that requires 2 things in order to know which song we're trying to play. It's going to require the actual song information plus the index of where that song exists in the all song array. Now, in order for us to keep track of that, we're going to create a new state for 2 parts of the data that we need to keep track of. The first part is we need to keep track of what is the current track that is being played. So we're going to create a state called current track and set current track. And this is going to keep track of the actual object of the song that is currently playing. So it's just going to keep track of this object with the information inside of it. And if no track is being played, we're going to set this equal to no. Now, the second thing that we want is to keep track of the current track index. So what is that? It's not the actual current track. It's the index in the array of the current track. We're going to keep track of that so that we can easily access information about where this track is. And initially it's going to be 0, which means it's going to be the first song, which is this one over here. Now, when you play a song, all we want to do here is we want to set the current track state, or set the current track to be equal to the song in this function. And we want to set the current track index to be equal to the index. Now we can pass this handle play song as a function here and get it directly here and pass it as an on click when you click on any of the songs. So when you click on one of these songs, we're going to call the handle play song. However, there's an issue. This function requires us to pass some arguments to it, and I can't just do it like this. This is actually not something that I can do because React won't allow me. If I want to pass arguments to a function like this, I need to make a inline function, like an anonymous function, just like this, and then call the function with the arguments. Perfect. Now, how do we test to see if anything is happening as I click on these items? Well, I want to actually utilize the current track index. So we want to send that back. So I'm going to pass it as an information that I can keep track of. Also the current track, we're going to pass over here. And I want to get back the current track index. And with this, we're going to be able to know which song is selected. So what I want to do is in the class name of the song card, if it is the selected song, I want to actually make it green, as you can see over here. And to do that, what I do is I have to turn this class name into actually a dynamic class, meaning I add the curly braces and I make it into backtick so we can insert JavaScript. Then I'm going to insert some JavaScript by adding the curly braces and the money sign. I'm going to check to see if for each song, we're going to check to see if the song index, so if the song's key is equal to the current track index. If it is, then I want to apply a certain class name that is going to change the appearance of the card based on that. Now, if you go to our index.css, I added an active class to the song card. You see, there's a normal song card for general songs that aren't selected, and there's a song card dot active. And that means that when I apply the active class name as well as the song card one, it is going to have that green background. Now, if the song is not the current track index, then we're just not going to apply anything, which means we're just going to put an empty string. You'll see now, if I come here, the first song is automatically green because we set the current track index to 0. But then as I select the other ones, it will allow us to switch between the songs. Now, there's just one other thing I want to do, which is add this little icon over here on the side. And to do something like that, what I want to do is I'll come inside of here below this div, and I'm going to add another div called the play button. So I'll say play button. Then inside of this div, I want to check to see if the current track index is equal to the key. Same thing we did up here. And if it is, then I want to display a song icon. If not, I want to display a play icon so that as you switch through the items, this icon will change to reflect that it is the song being played. Perfect. Now we're pretty much done with the all songs section. I feel like now it's a good time for us to start implementing the ability to play the song. So as we have over here, we're going to have a music player that is going to be fully able to switch the volume, move through the track line, play the song, and so on. Now, I have my volume turned down, so I'm not going to be playing the song, like you guys won't hear the song. However, you'll be able to hear it from your computer. Now, we're going to come back here to the app component, which is where we start the app. And we're going to go to the music player. Now, to start building the music player, here's what we have to do. We have to add this class name for the music player. And then at least, let me see how does it change. It just creates this little outline and this rectangle in our screen. Then I need to add an audio. Now, an audio is a native HTML tag, and it allows us to have a little, I don't think it will actually show anything right now, but it allows us to add a place for us to play audio music. However, it's not going to be what represents this specific part over here. This we have to build manually and then interact with the audio. Now to do that, what I want to do is I'm going to create a div over here, and it's going to be called the track info. Then inside of it, I want to display two things. I want to display the title track. So we need to get access to the current track that is going to play. To do that, we're going to get it from the use music hook, and we're going to get back the current track. And we want to display the title of the current track. So current track.title. And then down here, we're going to just show the name of the artist. So current track.artist. And we should have that information working in here. But it seems like it is broken. So let's check to see what is happening. So the issue is that when we set the current track over here, we actually started as null. And obviously we can't access the current track.title and current track.artist if it is null. So what I want to do instead is, instead of setting it to null initially, I'm going to set it to be the first item, because that's anyways the first song that we select over here for the current track index. And by doing that, what we are able to do is it will actually get the information about the first song. Now we'll go back here and we'll just add some minor class names to this. We're going to use the track title. So track title. And for this one, we're going to use the track artist, and this should be good to go. Then I want to render the progress container. So this section over here where you can keep track of the progress of the song. To do that, we're going to create a div that is going to have a class name of progress container. So progress container. Then inside of this div, I'll add a span that has a class name of time, because this will keep track of the time of where the song is being played. Now, how do we get the time? So we want to show it as like 00 initially, but it should be the actual, it should keep switching as you progress in the song. Now to do that, we want to actually format the time in a way that looks like a minute and second display. Now to do that as well, we need to keep track of the current time as the user is moving through the song. So I'm going to create a state over here called current time. And initially, for every song, this is going to be equal to 0 because the song should start at the beginning. So we're going to start it as 0. Then we're going to pass down this function for the state together with the current time state so that we can use it over here. Now, what we want is we want to create a function that is going to allow us to format the time however we want. Now, it's actually better to make it such that this function is in our use music hook. Why? Because it is going to be reused multiple times in this project. So we're going to create a function here called format time. It's going to be a function that requires us to get the current time and or any other time for that matter. So I might just like say time over here. It requires us to pass the specific time. And what it does is it's going to convert this time variable into a format similar to what we have over here, right? 2, 4, 5 into a minute length and a second length. To do that, we're going to first check to see if the time variable that we're sending is a number. To do that, JavaScript has a isNaN function, which returns true or false whether or not whatever we're passing here is not a number. And in this case, we want to require that it has to be a number. Now, if that happens, we want to return a default 0, 0, 0 as a time, right? So the start of the song. Now, we also want to check to see if time is undefined. If it is, we'll return that. It's just a way for us to check this. In TypeScript, obviously, this would be automatic. Now, in here, we want to get out the minutes and the seconds. To get the minutes out of a time variable, you get the time and you divide it by 60. Because remember, this time will be achieved in milliseconds from the actual audio that we have over here. So we're converting from what we're going to get from this. And we get this divided by 60, and it might be a decimal, and we don't want it to be a decimal. So we're going to floor it, which we utilize the math function to floor it. It basically rounds down. That's what it does. Then we're going to get the seconds, and we're going to do the exact same thing, but instead of dividing, we're going to modulate it. Then we're going to return the string with this format. It's going to have the minutes first, then a colon, and the seconds after. But the seconds, it might be a long string, so we're just going to first convert it into a string and use the pad_start function, which basically allows us to, whenever, for example, it's 1 second instead of 20 seconds, instead of it being like this, if it's 2 minutes and 1 second, we want it to be like this. But if currently what is going to happen is it's just going to do this, which doesn't make any sense. So we add a pad_start of 2 with the 0, and then it will make sure that instead of doing 2, 1, it does 2, 0, 1 if it's only 1 digit on the seconds. Perfect. We could do this on this one over here to make it such that it's like instead of this, it's like this. You know what I mean? But I'm fine with just saying 2, 0, 1. Now we're going to pass back this format time function. We're going to get it back over here. And I'm going to call it by saying format time and passing the current time in here. Now we're going to get this format time plus the current time directly from the use music hook, and we should be good to go. Now, what should happen is if I look over here, it should say 0, 0, 0, just like we expect because it's the beginning of the song. Now, we also want to put the duration of the song. So I'm going to add the exact same thing on right after, and we're going to pass the format time, but instead of passing the current time, which is just the progress of the user in the song, we're going to pass the duration of the song. Now, the duration of the song, we're going to keep track through a state. So I'm going to create here a state called duration. And we're going to set the duration, and it's going to start at 0, similar to time. And then we're going to get this duration directly from the audio. Now, I'm aware that we created here this variable called duration, and we could use that, but I'm going to show you guys how to actually get it directly from the variable that from the song that is playing. Now, for now, we're going to just ignore it. It's going to if we were to, I'll just create this duration, I'll set it to 0, and then I'm going to pass it down here, and then we're going to call it duration, and then pass the duration here. But what that means is it's going to just be 0, no matter what. So if I refresh here, you'll see it will always say 0, and that's fine. What we want to do instead is in between, we're going to put the input that is going to allow us to move through the song. So to do that, we're going to add an input here, and this input is going to be of type range. Why is it type range? Because with the range type on an input, we can move around this value. Now, what we want to do is put a minimum value. Since it's a range of a song, the minimum value is going to be equal to 0. Now, what is the max value? The max is going to be the duration of the song, which again, right now we don't have, so it's probably going to be a very small thing. Now, we want to default it to 0 in case duration is null. Now, we also want to put a step. And what is a step? A step is just how does this range input increment? So does it increment by 1 every time you move or something else? We want to allow the user to choose for every second. So the step is going to be 0.1. So every time they move the little thing, it's going to move 0.1. But currently we can't because it's going from 0 to 0, like I said. Now, the next thing is, what is the value of this? The value is actually going to be the current time. That's why we created that variable, because that's how we're going to be keeping track of what is the position of the user in the song. We also want to default it to 0 if there's any issues. Then I want to add a class name. It's going to be progress bar. And I want to put actually a style. Now, the style right now, we really can't do anything because it will be kind of hard to see the progress bar actually moving because we don't have all of the calculation and we don't have the duration yet. But I'm going to comment this out. We're going to do something here in a second. Now, we're pretty much almost there. What we want to do now is actually keep track of, actually put the audio element over here. And to do that, we're going to be learning about a very important hook in React called the useRef hook. Now, it's a bit complicated if you've never worked with refs before. However, I'll try to make it as beginner friendly as possible. Now, what we're going to work on is this over here. It's the audio track. We want to actually be able to get information about the file that is currently in this audio track. To do this, what we're going to do is we're going to create a ref that is going to refer to this audio track. We're going to call it audio ref. Think of a ref as like a reference to a node in your HTML document. So similar to how in JavaScript you would do like document.get element by ID, you can do something similar to that by using refs. You need to use ref, which is a hook. You need to import from React. So we're going to import from React the useRef hook, and we're going to pass null as its initial value. Now, with a ref, what you need to do is you need to assign it to some sort of element. In our case, we want to make a reference to this audio track. So I'm going to pass a ref to this audio, and I'm going to pass the audio ref as the value. Now, there's a couple other properties I want to pass to this audio, and they are kind of part of just the audio track itself. It's not that important for you to fully understand it. We're going to set two properties here. One is going to be preload, and we're going to pass metadata. And the second one is going to be cross origin, and we're going to pass anonymous. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to keep track of some information about the audio whenever the user moves or does anything with the audio itself. So to do that, we actually have to do a slightly complicated management of different event listeners. And we need to do that inside of a use effect. So we're going to create here a use effect, and we're going to put an empty dependency array in the end. Now in this use effect, we're going to get the audio. And we can get the audio by using the audio ref. And to access the element directly from an ref, you just get the current property from that ref. Then what I want to do is I want to check to see if there is no audio. So if for some reason that ref is null, we want to just return. Now, if not, then I want to create three different functions. One called handle loaded metadata. Then we're going to create one called handle time update. And finally, we're going to create one called handle ended. Now, each of these functions are going to have their own important purpose. Now, what kind of thing do we want to do? Well, the handle loaded metadata allows us to run some logic whenever the metadata for the audio is loaded. That's why we did a preload metadata over here. Now, what that means is that when the metadata for this audio song that we're playing loads, we're going to run this function, and it's going to allow us to be sure that the audio ref that we have over here now is going to have a property called duration. And that allows us to set the duration of the song from that state as the real value. So I'm going to get the set duration over here, and we're going to use that. Now, the thing is, to be able to call this function, we actually need to subscribe to an event listener. And an event listener is really important because what it allows us to do is you can subscribe to something that is going to happen on this audio, and whenever it happens, you call a specific function. There's a lot of event listeners that you can add to a specific element or even to your entire page. But the one we're going to focus on is whenever the metadata has been loaded for this audio file. And if you don't know what metadata is, like the information about the file, like the duration of the song, who's the author of the song, all that kind of stuff. Don't necessarily need all of that because we did put it over here, but the audio file in itself has that information as well. Now we can add an event listener, and we can add one to the event called loaded metadata. Now, I didn't come up with this name. This is the name of the event in an audio file. If you want to look at all the events you can subscribe to, just go ahead into the HTML or JavaScript documentation. It's not even a React thing. This is the way it is in JavaScript as well. And you can see all of the events you can subscribe to. But this event basically runs whenever the metadata for this audio file has loaded. And when that happens, we want to call the handle loaded metadata function. Now, in React, when we subscribe to an event listener, we usually do it inside of a use effect, which is why we did it over here. But at the same time, this means that if our component disappears from the screen, it gets unmounted, then this subscription will still be happening, which can cause an issue called memory leaks. So in a use effect, every time you're subscribing to an event listener, such as what we're doing over here, you have to actually clean it up. Now, the way you clean up any subscription in a use effect is you return a function right at the end, and whatever you put here is going to run when the component unmounts. Now, when the component is unmounting, meaning it's being removed from the page, we want to remove the event listener. And this is a pattern you're going to see a lot in React. You add an event listener on the use effect, and on the cleanup function, you remove it. Now, is this working? Well, let's check. It seems like there is a bug. So I'm going to open this up over here, console, and it says use effect is not defined. Okay, that bug is kind of stupid. Let's just import the use effect over here. I don't know why my VS Code is not importing things automatically, but it seems like it's still not keeping track of that. Let's do this. Let's console.log the audio.duration. And let's see what happens. So when we get the audio.duration and I refresh this and I open that again, console log, we still don't get anything. So there's definitely an issue in our code. So I'm going to go back over here. And what I want to do is I want to add some dependencies to this use effect to see if it's going to help us. So first of all, when we run this use effect and we put an empty dependency list, it means it's going to run once when the component renders. But we can actually make it such that this is going to run whenever certain things happen in our application, such as when a state changes its value or when a function is created. So we're going to do that for the set duration. So whenever the set duration function is created, we're going to rerun this use effect. Also, same thing with the set current time, even though we haven't used it yet, but we're going to be using it. And whenever the current track changes. Now, why is that important? Because current track is a state. That means that whenever we move tracks, this is going to change value. And by putting it on our dependency list, it means this use effect is going to run every single time we change a song, which is good because every time we change a song, we update the duration and we listen to any metadata changes. Now, we don't have access to the set current time over here. So we do want to pass this, and I think we're not passing it over here. We are, but we just weren't there. And we still don't see the time being displayed here. Now, I realize why this audio is not working, and it's actually pretty intuitive. We have the audio variable over here, but we never set the song to be the audio. You know what I mean? We have the songs over here, and we have a state that is going to keep track of the current track, but we render the audio and we never assign an audio to this audio tag. So to do that, we pass this source variable over here to the audio. We get the current track and we assign the URL of the current track to the source. Now we just make sure that we are getting the current track, which we are. And now one other thing is I have here the use music and we're getting the saturation, but actually we never passed the saturation as an option over here. So we're gonna pass it saturation. And now if I come here, now we're getting the full correct duration. Now what I wanna do is I want to delete this console log and I want to add the buttons for us to be able to play and move to the next and previous track. So how do we do that? Well, I wanna come down here to the UI. And below this duration over here, below this div, we're gonna add another div, and this one is gonna be for the controls. So I'm gonna add a class name here called controls. And inside of this div, I wanna add a button that is going to have the following icon. Now, you need to get this icon. You can just get it from my code, or if you know how to make this icon, just make it. And we're gonna pass a class name over here called control button. Then I want to have another button, actually 3 buttons, right? One is going to be the opposite of this icon, going to the right, and the one in the middle is actually going to be a pause or a play button. Because when you are playing the song, if I come over here and I play the song, it should become the pause button and switch back and forth. Now when I come here, I want to do that. I want to add that button right over here. Now we need to actually know if the song is play or not to be able to show the pause button, but we don't have that logic yet. So I'm just going to put the icon for the play button. And actually this should also have another class name called play button because it is slightly different from the other two. You see that now the UI should show the 3 buttons with the play button in the middle with a green background and also being a little bit bigger than the other ones. Perfect. Now, what I want to do is I want to add the functionality to move between the songs. So to do that, I'm going to come to the use music and we're going to create a function called next track. And we're going to make another function called previous track. They're going to be very similar. So I'm going to write the next track first and then copy it. For the next track, what I want to do is the following. I want to set the current track index, which is how we're tracking which song we are in. And I want to set it to something different. I want to get the previous index. So what is the previous song? And we basically want to move it 1 to the right. However, there's an issue. There's a lot more than just that. Why? Because when we do that, we also want to pause the song, right? We want to pause the song and we want to change our current track state that we have over here. So first we're going to do the thing where we move 1 more. So to do that, what we could do is we return a state where we get the previous index and we add 1 to it. However, there's a minor issue here. What if we are in the end of the playlist? Well, then we don't want to move 1 more because then the current track index would end up being out of bounds. So what we need to do is we need to actually compute the next index, but wrap it around with a modulo just like this. So we wrap it around and we modulate the length of the list, which we can get by allsongs.length. If you're not familiar with the modulo over here, it's good for situations like this, because if the prev plus 1 is bigger than all songs, so if it's like, if there's 8 songs and this ends up being 9, right? Or 8 actually, which is the example where it's out of bounds, then dividing it by the length makes it equal to 1. So you loop to the first item of the list. So it makes it kind of like when you're moving through the playlist, when you're in the last item, it should bring you back to the first item. So this is why we need to add this modulo over here. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to change the current track state. So not the current time, the current track. And to do that, we are going to actually need this information. So what I can do is actually I can put this inside of this use effect or this set state function. I can create a variable over here called next index, set it equal to this, and then instead of returning that logic down here, we can just return the next index. And in here, we can set the current track to be all of the songs and the item with the next index. Perfect. Now we have this logic where we can move between tracks. Now we want to do the same thing, but for the opposite. So previous track, I'm going to change this to prev track. And then in here, what I want to do is I want to get the new index the same way we did before, but instead of this modulated logic that we have, it's a bit easier when you are working with the first item and you want to go to the last. Because what you check is, okay, is the prev equal to 0, meaning are we in the first item of the list? If that's true, then moving to the previous item should take you to the index where the allSongs.length minus 1, so the last item, because this is equal to the last item. So the next index when you are in the first item and you're going backwards is the last item. If not, then you literally just do previous minus 1. And in that case, we'll do the exact same thing where we get the current track and we put the next index and we return this. Now we can return here the next track and the previous track. Perfect. Now I'll close this up and we'll import those two functions over here. Next track and previous track. Now when we click the buttons over here, right? The first one, when you click on it, you go previously. So on click, we call the previous track, and on click, we call the next track. And what we should see is that when we do click on those buttons, it does move between the tracks, it updates the duration, and everything works perfectly. Now what happens when I get to momentary bliss, which is the last one? What should happen is it should go back to keep you away, meaning we are correctly looping. Same thing with going backwards and forwards. Perfect. So we have that logic set up. Now it's time for us to set up the logic of playing the song. So this is the major part of this project, right? Where we click on this button and it should play a song. So to do that, what I want to do is I want to create a state in our hook over here, and it's going to be called isPlaying. So I'll create a isPlaying state and a set isPlaying. This is going to be a Boolean, so it's true or false. And when true, it means the song is playing, and when false, it means it's paused. So it's pretty simple for us to handle that kind of logic. We can create a play function, which when called, all it does is it just sets the isPlaying to be equal to true. We don't even have to write anything else. We can just make it all in one line. And we can create a pause where we set that to false. Now, obviously, we could just call the set isPlaying, but just calling a play and a pause function is more intuitive. So we'll pass both functions over here, play and pause. And then in the music player is where we're going to handle that. To do that, we actually won't create a onClick. To do that, we're going to come here to this play button and we're going to add an onClick to it. And in here, we're going to check, is the song currently playing? So to actually get that, we need to pass the isPlaying as a state to the return of the hook, and then get that from here, isPlaying. And if the track is playing, then we want to call the pause function. We also have to actually get this from here as well. Similar thing, we need to get the pause and the play functions. And if it is playing, we'll call the pause. If not, we'll call the play. Now, this doesn't actually play the song. I can click on this and nothing will happen. I can change the icon, which is something that we didn't do before just because we didn't have the isPlaying state. But now what we can do is we can change this to say, if isPlaying is equal to true, then we render the pause icon. If not, we render the play icon. You see that what happens is I can switch between both of them, but the song doesn't actually play. To get the song to play, we need to write some logic such that when this isPlaying state changes its value, it's going to run some function or some functionality. And that's a prime example for using the useEffect hook. Because if you still haven't fully understood what the useEffect can do, is obviously it can run some functionality when the component first renders, but it can also run some functionality whenever a state changes value. So in here, we can make it such that there's a dependency list, and in the dependency list, we pass the isPlaying state, meaning whatever logic we put in here is going to run every time isPlaying changes value. So what do we need to do here? We need to write some things that we want to do if isPlaying changes to true, and some things we want to do if isPlaying changes to false. Now to do that, we need the audio element. So we're going to get the audio from the audio ref, similar to what we did over here. We're actually going to copy this exact logic and put it here. And with the audio element, I can actually manually play that audio by calling the play function that exists in every audio element. Now, this returns a promise, and if there is any issues, we can actually catch that issue and get the error, and then just console.error, whatever that error is. Now I'm just doing that in case there is any issues, but most likely there won't be any. Now, if it's playing now it becomes false, we actually want to pause the song. So I'll increase my volume here. I don't know if you guys will even listen, but if I refresh this, we should see that it seems like it's set to true. But if I do play it, it starts playing a song. So in your case, it should as well. Now, I'll come back here, and did I set is playing to true initially? Yeah, so we want to actually set that to false as the initial value, so that when I refresh it, it doesn't have anything playing, and then I click on it, and it plays. Can move to the next song and play, and it's playing a different song. Perfect. Now, what we want to do is make it such that the tracking bar here actually progresses as the song plays. That is a bit complicated, but I bet that you guys are going to understand based on everything that we've learned so far. To do something like that, if you notice in our current bar over here, the progress, we have the current time as the value, but we never did really anything with that current time. So with the event listeners that we have at the top over here, we can actually handle another event listener, this handle time update. And this event listener is going to be called whenever the time stamp in the song changes its value. So I can set the current time to be equal to the audio.currentTime, and current time is a property of an HTML audio element, and it will update based on that. Now we want to run this handle time update every time the time of the song of the audio changes. So we'll add an event listener, and that event that can run this kind of functionality is called the time update event. And in that case, we want to call the handle time update. Now we'll do the exact same thing we did with the other one. We're going to remove the event listener over here, and this is perfect. Now we also have the handle ended, and we left this for later because we didn't have the functionality, but now we actually do have the functionality. Think about it this way. What do you want to do when the track ends? Well, you want to go to the next track. So when the track ends, we'll call the next track function, and we can handle that event by actually subscribing to another event that exists called the ended event. So in here, we're going to say handle ended, and we'll do the exact same thing with removing it down here. So remove event listener. Perfect. Now we are kind of there almost. If I were to play this song, you'll see that the state here does update every time the audio updates as well. But look what happens. I can't move this. It just does it on itself, and that's not a good behavior. We want to be able to move this progress bar to a certain part of the song. So to do that, what we need to do is I need to create a function that is going to allow us to change the value of this by moving it. Currently, we don't have an onChange to this input, but it's something that we need to do. So I'm going to add an onChange to this input, and I'm going to call a function called handle time change. And this function we need to create. So up here, above all the use effects, or actually, should we make it below it? Yeah, I'll do it. Actually, I'll make it above it. Sorry. We'll do it over here. We're going to create a handle time change. And this function requires us to have access to the event from the input. Now, we'll get the audio similar to what we did over here. And what we'll do is we'll get the new time we want to go to by getting the event.target.value. And this will be equal to whatever position we clicked on this progress bar. So if I click over here, the event.target.value should be something around 4 minutes, because this is 6 minutes and it looks like it would be 4 minutes. So that's what we're getting. Now we need to parse that value from a string to a float. So I'm going to parse float, and then I want to set the audio time, so audio.currentTime, to be equal to whatever this new time that we want to go in inside of. So we'll just set the actual audio time to that. But that updates the audio, but it doesn't update what we show in the progress bar, because the progress bar actually depends on the current time state. So we'll update the set current time as well to be the new time. So there's two things we're trying to keep track of. The state that keeps track of where in the song we are, and also the actual song time positioning. Now with this, if I were to, for example, play the song and I were to move somewhere here, it will actually jump in between the song and move the times. And look what happens when I get to the end. It should move to the next song. Let's see. I'm gonna wait, and boom, it gets to the next song. But look how interesting. We got to the next song. It's not playing the song, but the state shows that it is playing. So there's definitely something that we need to handle. So what we need to do is when we have the next track and the previous track, no matter what, when we move to a next track, we're going to set is playing to be equal to false. Same thing with the previous track. And that should fix this issue because now if I play this song and I go to the next song, it now resets to be equal to false. Perfect. Now, what I want to do is I want to handle the state of the volume at the bottom. So create this little thing that we have over here. That is going to be very similar to what we've already done multiple times already here because it's just a progress bar that we want to be able to manipulate. So we're going to come here at the bottom and below this div, we're going to create another div that is going to have a class name of volume container. Then inside of it, it's going to have a span that is going to be the volume icon. So I'll make the volume icon and it's just going to be an emoji. Now you can put whatever icon you want here. You can use an icon library, but I'm just using the volume emoji. Then we're adding an input and the input for the volume is going to be a bit different. It's going to be the type of range similar to the progress bar. The minimum is going to be 0, but we're going to set a maximum value to it to be equal to 1, not the duration of the song, right? It's 1. And you can move the volume in an increment of 0.1. Now we need to keep track of the volume and of the volume change. But I'm also going to put some style here and we have a class called volume bar. Now it looks like this, but again, nothing is happening. So to keep track of that, we're going to have to create a state for the volume. So we'll come up here and we're going to create a state here. It's going to be similar to the duration. So I'll just copy that and I'll create here a volume state and a set volume. And then I'll just pass down those two things down here. So volume and set volume. Perfect. Then we're going to get back those values through here, volume and set volume. And we're going to create a function similar to the handle time change, but we're going to call it handle volume change. It's going to take in the event.target. It's not going to need the audio though, so we're going to remove this. And for the volume change, what we need is the event.target.value. This is going to be the new volume. And we just need to update the volume state to be equal to this new volume. Then we can pass this down here as an on change to this input. So on change, we'll pass that. And we can pass an actual value to it to be dependent on the volume. But what should happen now is I'm going to play the song. And you see that as I switch, absolutely nothing happens. Now, why is nothing happening? Because if you remember, we didn't actually do anything to the audio. We just switched that state. Now, to do something with the volume, we have to do something similar to what we did here with the is playing. We're going to create a state that is going to, a use effect that is going to depend on the change of the volume. And then we're going to get the audio, get the, check if it's valid. If it's not, if it is valid, we're just going to set the audio.volume to be equal to whatever the volume now is. And you see that initially it's at 0 because that's what we set. We might want to change that to set it to 1 so that it's at max volume in the beginning. So I'll refresh this and it will start at 1. I'll play this and you'll see that as I move this down, it does actually decrease the volume. I'm unsure if you're listening to the audio of the song as I play this because I'm recording with a microphone. However, in your case, you should definitely be listening to it. So perfect. Now we have that done. One of the last things I want to do here with this player is the fact that as I move this, I want the progress bar to actually fill in and give this cool effect, similar to what we see over here. So to do that, it's mostly CSS, but I will actually show you guys how to write the logic behind it. So I added a progress percentage into our progress class into our index.css. So if you look here, I go to progress, we have this progress bar and we have like a bunch of classes related to it, right? Now, what I want is I want to apply that progress class into our style here. That's why I added this style. Now, what we need here is to get the percentage of the progress. So we'll go up here. We're going to add the percentage by saying progress percentage. We'll create a variable. And what is the progress percentage? Think about it. If the duration currently of the song is greater than 0. We have to handle that. Then the progress is just the current time of the song divided by the duration. And because of the unit of measurement, we need to multiply this times 100. And that's how we get the progress so far in percentage terms. Now, if the duration is not greater than 0, meaning maybe the song is 0 in length or something, we're just handling edge cases here, we'll just set the percentage to be 0. Now we'll go down here to this style, and we're going to add a class or a specific property here called progress. And we're going to apply the progress percentage as a percentage. That's why we have to make it into a string, because we need to put the percentage sign in the end. You'll see that now, if I were to come over here, it does actually track and calculates the percentage as we move along. Perfect. And now we're pretty much done with the music player, as long as together with the all songs. And we can switch between the songs. Just one thing about switching between the songs, which is different from the next tracks, is that the actual info here is not getting updated based on us switching. So that's something that we do need to change. So if you look at the all songs, how we switch is actually, let me open that up, all songs. We just switch it by, whenever we click on it, we call this handle play song. And this handle play song function, all it does is just switches the track and the current index. That's fine. There's a couple of things we do want to change. We want to set is playing to false, so that when you move a song, it actually sets it to false. But it still doesn't actually handle us reloading this information when the track changes. What it does now is just that when I switch a song, it should be able to recognize that this state should update. However, again, this is not working. And why is that? Well, I'll explain to you why. So if we go here to our code and I look at how we are handling the use effect here in our music player, we need to create a new use effect that is going to reload the information whenever the track changes. So I'm going to create a use effect here, use effect, and this use effect is going to run whenever the following states change. Either the current track changes, either the set current time function is created, or the set duration function is. If that happens, which usually happens when you move a track, right? We're going to get the audio by doing the same logic we've been doing so far, putting it over here. And we're going to call this function called a load function. This will reload the audio element with the new source file. This is important because if we don't do this, then it won't actually update the URL of the current track. Then we also want to reset the current time to 0. We want to reset the duration to be 0. And now everything should be in line. There's just one more thing I need to do. So in this use effect over here as well, we have, first of all, this dependency list, which looks fine. We just need to add one more thing. When you go to the next track, we do want to handle that. But also, you know this loaded metadata stuff? It is fine to call the handle loaded metadata in that case, but we actually also want to call the handle loaded metadata function when the audio file can play. That's an event that we can subscribe, and it's going to help us load this state where we set the correct duration when that happens. So I'm going to call this over here and remove it in the end over here. Perfect. Now, if you refresh this, you'll see that it still doesn't work. Now, why doesn't it work? If you already understand why it doesn't work, that's props to you because you're a little bit more intermediate. But I am doing this to present to you guys actually the use case for one of the most important topics in React, which is state management. So we have this hook over here, right? The use music, and we call it in two different components. We call it in the all songs and in the music player. But you might think that because we are using the same hook, then from the states like the current track index and the current track, they all remain the same and in sync between both components. But that's not true. When I switch the current track on the all songs, it doesn't switch the title here. And that's because when we call the use music, it just recreates another instance of the same states. So we're keeping track of two different information at once. Now, for us to have the same piece of information, we could technically call that use music hook on the app.jsx and just pass all of that information into the props of the all songs and the music player component. But that's not good. That's kind of like prop drilling. It's a concept where we're just passing props for the sake of accessing it in lower in children components. What we can do instead is create a global store that is going to keep track of everything related to music and then pass it down to whatever components require it. To do that, we're going to utilize a concept in React called a context. So you see this use music hook that we have over here? We're going to do a revamp of this. We're actually going to create a folder in here called contexts, and we're going to create a music context. Now, a context, like I said, is a global store. We're going to create here a JSX because this is going to return a component. And to create a context, you just create here a variable called music context, and you set it equal to this function called create context. It's a function from React. Now, this context is just going to keep track of the information. But to actually pass it down and for other components to have access to the same states and all of the stuff that is going to be stored in this context, you need to have a provider. And a provider is going to be a component. We're going to call it music provider, which is going to be a wrapper component. Now, what is a wrapper component? Well, we've gone through them. It's a component that you wrap around, and there are children components that go inside of it. Now, we do have to get access to the children, so whatever components we're going to wrap this around. And to do that, we're just going to get here the children. Now, in every wrapper component, we return the name of the context, so music context, and we turn it into a provider by saying .provider. And then inside of it, we don't return any UI, we just return the children. So we're not trying to make any changes to the UI, even though this is a component. We're just trying to provide data to whatever components we wrap this provider with. So for example, in the app.jsx now, I can wrap this entire app with that provider. So I can come here and say, for example, music provider, and wrap this entire section here with it. Now, if I were to call that provider information over here, it wouldn't work because it's not inside of the music provider. But all the components that we want to have access to has that information. Now, in the music context, what does this mean? Well, in here, I want to create all of the data that we have in this use music. So I'm actually going to copy absolutely everything here. Copy this, paste it here. Now I want to pass it down through the provider. With a provider, you can pass a value. And with that value, you can pass an object. So it's the same thing as me, for example, returning all of this data here. I'm going to copy this and I'm just going to put it in the value here. And now every single component that is inside of this music provider will have access to that. Now, for example, in the music player over here, instead of calling the use music hook, I could just do this. I can call the use context hook from React. It's a hook from React. And if I go to the music context, if I export this music context in the music player, I could then pass that context over here. I can pass the music context and it will know that I can access this information. And if I were to do the same thing on all songs, instead of using the use music, I used the use context and pass the correct context, I would be able to access that same information. So if I do this, use context and pass here the music context, then you see that as long as we didn't mess up anything, which there's a chance, I'll take a look at what. Oh, it's just because when we created this music context, we obviously didn't import any of the hooks that we are using here, like the use state, the use effect. I think we might have one, do we? Actually, we don't have. But one thing that we need is also the songs, which is that array that we have over here. You can copy this and paste it in here. So we use it and we don't need the use effect. That was a mistake. Perfect. Now we shouldn't have any issue. And most importantly, as I switch the state here, it should affect the state on the other component because they're sharing the same state rather than just creating the states 2 different times on 2 different components. Now, does that mean that we don't need this use music anymore because we're just using the use context hook and passing the context? Well, there is a value to having a hook like that and not using the use context all the time. This is a pattern that is a best practice, in my opinion. So you can just do it the way we're doing right now, where we just call the use context and get the context and pass it all the time. However, an easier way to do this is instead of always having to import both the use context and the music context, we can now create another use music hook down here at the bottom. And what this new use music hook is going to do is literally just going to consume the context and pass it down. Now, if you've never seen this pattern before, it will sound confusing, but the whole purpose is we don't need to export this context and import it everywhere else. We can actually create this use music hook that is going to literally get the context value, so context value from the use context hook and pass the music context that we have in this file, and then we just return it. We literally just return it. We return the context value so that we never have to call the use context and never import the music context hook anywhere else. Now, we do need to check to see if the context value is not null. And if it's null, then we'll throw an error saying, yo, this use music hook needs to be inside of the music provider. So the only situation in which this wouldn't work is if we for some reason call this use music hook on the app.jsx, like up here, because the app.jsx is not inside of the music provider. But if we call it on the music player, the all songs and the playlist, it would be fine. Now, what this means? This means that now instead of getting the use context and the use music context, I can just pass the use music and it will do the exact same logic. That means I have to import less things. So it's more of an optimization rather than a requirement, but I always do this and I always recommend people doing this as well. You remove the use context and now you don't have to keep track of that. Perfect. I know that was a lot if you're not familiar with state management, but now our app should be working. Or does it? Because it's not actually switching the values anymore, meaning that something must be broken, right? Well, let's check this. It isn't broken. It's just that we still have the use music hook from before. We're going to delete that. And now this is going to break because we were importing the wrong one. I'm going to delete this. And when we call the use music, I'll just write it again so that we import the one from the context file rather than the one from the hook. So I'll do the same thing here. I need to delete this and I need to rewrite this. So there's a use music import and now it should work. Perfect. Now, what do we want to do? Well, there's two more things we want to do in this project. One of them is going to be more complicated. It's the playlists, but the other one is actually pretty simple. The other one is just the navbar. And for the navbar, it's purely just UI. So what we want to do is we want to create a component, which we kind of already said where it's going to go. It's going to go here, and we're going to call it the navbar. So I'm going to say navbar.jsx. Now in the navbar, what I want to do is I want to export a const called navbar. It's going to be the component. And in here, what I need is I need to return a nav with a class name of navbar. Now let's open this up over here and let's do this. Perfect. Now we import the navbar component. Let me just rewrite it so that we import it automatically. And we should see it already appearing over here. But we want to add some stuff to it. So I'll go back here. And the first thing I want to add is I want to put a div, which is just the logo of the website. Now I called this div the navbar brand, and you can make it look however you want. Now, what I want it to be is such that when you click on it, it actually takes you to the home page. So if you look over here, if I'm in the playlist page and I click on this, it takes me to the home page. Now to do that, I'll have to utilize a component from React Router. It's not good practice to use a normal A tag for navigation. You should actually utilize this component called a link from React Router. Now in here, I'm gonna use the link. It's basically just an A tag, but it's primarily optimized for the React Router library. And inside of here, I'm gonna put the logo of the website. You can put an image, you can put whatever you want. I'm just gonna put this text. I'm gonna add a class name, call it brand link, and I'll put a to property, which is kind of like an href that should take you to the home page, the home route. And it should look like this. Perfect. Now, below this div, we're going to add another div that is going to be for the navbar links. Now in here, I want to add a link that is going to take you to the all songs page. Now the link to the all songs page is actually going to be exactly the same. So I'm going to copy this. It just takes you to the home page. Now the class name of it is actually going to be a dynamic class name. Now why? Because if you look over here, when you are in the route that you're in, you see that the text is white. The other one is slightly more gray. And then when you move it, it switches to that. So we want to detect which route we're in and change the style based on that. So to do that, we're going to put a dynamic class, and both classes are going to have a nav link class name, but the active route is gonna have an active class name. So I'm gonna copy this and paste it again here, but this is gonna be for the playlists, just like this. I'll change this to say playlists, and I won't make this one active, I'll make this one inactive. So you'll see that this one is white and this one isn't. But we wanted to actually switch when you do move the different routes. Now to do that, what we need to do is we need to detect which route we're in. And we can do that by getting the location of the user by utilizing the use location hook, which is a hook from React Router. It's not a native React one. This location hook is very easy. It returns back the location of the user. And in each link, what we do is we check to see if the location.pathname is equal to that route. So in the all songs route, which is just the homepage, if the current location of the user is equal to that, then we want to show the active class. If not, then we show an empty string. We'll do the same thing here, but we'll just switch to detect if the user is in the playlists route. And you see that now, when I switch the different routes, it does actually adapt to that. Perfect. Now we are ready to start building the last part of this website, which is the playlists functionality. In this part, we're going to learn a lot of things. We're going to learn how to make a simple CRUD by creating and deleting playlists, but also how to keep playlists persisting after we refresh the page. Because when you create a playlist, you don't want it to be deleted when you refresh your URL. So we need to keep track of that playlist somewhere. And what we're going to do is keep track of it in the browser local storage. So now it's time for us to build a playlist. To start, I'm going to add here a class name to this playlist component. We're going to call it playlists. Then I want to start by adding just a title. It's going to be an H2 that says playlist. We're going to add the ability to create a new playlist. To do that, what I need is a div for the section. We're going to call it create playlist. Inside of it, we're going to have an H3 tag that is going to say create I'll just say create new playlist. And then inside of this, I want to have a div for the playlist form. We could just use a form, but this isn't a complicated form, right? It's just going to be one input and one button. So I don't need to have a form element. I can just have a div that has the form-like structure. Now, if we go into the playlists page, you'll see that we now have this section down here. What we want to do is inside of this div, I'll create an input that is going to be of type text. It's going to have a placeholder called playlist name, and it's going to have a class name of playlist input. Now, what we want is to keep track of what the user is typing when they're trying to create a new playlist. To do that, I will create a state in this playlist component. Now, why don't we create it on the music context, right? Like we did with all the other states. Well, because this state is only going to be used on this playlist component. So it doesn't make sense to create it in a shared context. So we're going to create here the new playlist name. That's the name of the state. And we're going to create a function called set new playlist name. We're going to set this equal to use state, which is going to be a string. Now down here, what I want to do is create a function called handle create playlist. And that function will be called whenever we click the button to create a playlist. Now to even do that, we'll keep track of the state of the input by adding an onChange over here. We're going to do it inline, which means we're just going to set the new playlist name to be equal to the event.target.value whenever there's a change in the input. We're also going to set a value to this state, which is going to be equal to the new playlist name. Now we add a button below this, and this button will be the create playlist button. And it should look a bit like this, but obviously we need to put a class name here so it looks a lot better. We're going to come here and add a class name, call it the create button. Now it looks like this. What do we want to do when we click on this button? Well, we're going to call the handle create playlist function. Now for creating a playlist, we actually want that logic to exist in our context because the playlist that we have is going to completely interact with all of the other stuff like the current track and so on. So in this case, we're going to create the information about the list, the amount of playlists that we have and which playlist we're creating over here. So I'll create here a state called playlists. And it's going to be a list of all the playlists that we have. So I'll make the playlist over here. It's going to be a use state, and it's going to be an empty array to to start. Now, what we want to do is we also want to create a function in our music context that is going to be called create playlist. This function will require us to pass a name for the playlist. And what it's going to do is it's going to create the structure for how each playlist is going to look like. So I'll create here a new playlist object, and each playlist is going to require a couple things. An ID. Now the ID is just for us to be able to differentiate the like two different playlists from each other. And an easy way for us to make an ID that is unique is just use the date in which the playlist was created as the ID. So we'll do date.now, and that will get a whole huge string that includes the date, the month, the year, and even the seconds in which you call this function. And it's unique because what are the chances, like how fast can you create two playlists, right? It's always going to be at a different time. Now we're also going to pass a name to a playlist, and the name is going to be equal to this variable. So it's going to be this, but because they're both the same name, we can also do this. Now each playlist is going to have a songs property, which is going to be a list of the songs that exist in that playlist. Now, when we create a playlist, the list is empty. We're going to then call the set playlists state to be equal to whatever it was before, but we're going to add this new playlist to the end. Now we can copy this, paste it over here, and also return back the list of playlists that we have. Now in this playlist.jsx, what we can do is we can get that list together with everything else. To do that, we're going to call the use music hook, and we're going to get back here a bunch of things. Most importantly, the playlists and the create playlist function. Now, when we want to create a playlist, all we do is we first need to check to see if the user even typed anything on that input. We need to account for that because we don't want a playlist without a name. So to do that, we check to see if the new playlist name.trim, which will trim the string, is not empty. If it's empty, then it won't go inside of this if statement. And what I want to do is I want to call the create playlist function, and I'll pass the new playlist name, which is what we're keeping track of in the input, and I'm going to trim it. Then below this, we're going to call the set new playlist name, and we're going to reset that value to an empty string. Great, we now can create a playlist, but we can't even see the playlists that we created. So what we want to do is we're going to render the lists of playlists down here. So playlists list. We're going to create a div here. It's going to have a class name of playlists list. And inside of this div, I'm going to check to see if the playlists.length is equal to 0. Because if it is equal to 0, then I'm going to render a p tag that is going to say no playlists created yet. I'm going to show a class name here that is going to say empty message. And we do want to have that so that people don't get confused with the UI. Then, in case there is a playlist in the list of playlists, here's what we want to do. We want to actually loop through that list by saying playlists.map. I know it's a bit confusing right now. It looks like it's broken, but we loop through the list of playlists. And also, by the way, I need to close this up so that because we opened the parentheses here. And what I want to do is I'll loop through each playlist. I'll get the individual playlist for each of them and the key. And then I'm going to render a div for it. So I'll render a div. And when I save this, it should be able to compact itself and stop giving us an error. But it seems like there is either an extra, we need to do this. It seems like there's an extra parenthesis, so I'll remove this. And when I save it, now Prettier should compact everything and it looks a lot better. Perfect. Now, for each playlist, we'll have this div. We're going to call it the playlist item, and it's going to have a key equal to the key. Now, inside of here, we're going to render a div for the header of each playlist. So we're going to give a class name here of playlist header. We're going to have two items in here. The first one is going to be an h3 with the playlist.name. Then we're going to have a button to allow us to delete a playlist. So we're going to add here a div, which is going to be for the playlist actions. Now you can add more actions. I just added the delete here, and that's totally fine. But you can add it more in your own. And we're going to add a button here that just says delete. Now we're not adding the functionality for the button yet, but I'll add the class name. It's going to be delete playlist button. And you see now that no playlists are here. But if I were to add a playlist here, for example, cool vibes, that's the name of a playlist. I click create. Now cool vibes appear here with the delete button. Now what I want to do is add a place in our playlist to allow the user to add a song to this playlist. Now, how do we do that? Well, we want to add an input that is going to allow the user to search a list through the list of all the songs and include a song in the playlist. So I'm going to create here a div that is going to have a class name of add song section. Then inside of this div, I'm going to add another div that is going to have a class name of search container. Inside of this div, I'm going to add the input to allow the user to search through the list of songs. So I'll give it a type of text. I'll give it a placeholder of search songs to add and 3 dots. And then we need to have a way to search for this for the songs on this that we want to add. Well, to do that, what we need is this over here. In the original, so this is the final state, right? You see how we have this playlist over here? Well, if I want to add a new song to this playlist, it already has a song. If I want to add a new one, like Keep You Away, I'm going to search for it and it's going to show a drop down, right? If I search A, it actually shows more options and I can choose one and then it will add the song and I can switch between the options. But also, if we were to add another playlist, then we have to handle which of the inputs we're typing and which playlist we're trying to add a song to. Now, to do this, what we need to do is we need to keep track of the 3 different states that we need over here. What are those states? Well, we need to have a way for us to keep track of which playlist we're currently modifying. And that's what this state over here, selected playlist, will represent. Initial value is going to be null, but just because we don't have, it's an object, right? Each playlist is an object. Then we need this search query. Now, what is search query? Search query is going to be whatever we're typing on this input. Not this input over here, right? We're going to have another input on instead of each playlist, and whatever you're typing is going to be the search query. What is the query that you're searching? Then we have show dropdown. Show dropdown is going to be a true or false statement that is true when you're typing on this input so that we know when to show this black dropdown with the list of songs. So pretty interesting. How do we do this? Well, we utilize those 3 states on this input over here. The first one is we're going to pass a value to it. The value is going to be the following. We want to change the value of it if the selected playlist ID is equal to the current playlist ID. So we're looping through all of the playlists and we only want to set the search query of what we're typing on the input equal to the value of it if true. Because if this condition is not true, then what would happen is as I'm typing on this input over here, the value of this, so this would also end up appearing over here, which is definitely not what we want. So you see that when I type this and I switch, I'm not copying and pasting. It's just swapping the search query to whatever the active playlist is. So we need to do that. Now, the other thing is we need to add an on change to this input. Now, a lot of things are going to happen when this input changes. The first thing is, obviously, we want to change the search query to be equal to whatever the user is typing. That's the whole point of that state. So we'll change it to the target.value. But also, I want to set the selected playlist to be equal to whatever this playlist is because we're typing on this playlist, so this is the selected one. Then I want to set the show dropdown to be equal to true because we're typing on this. But technically, if I were to just do this, if there's nothing there and I select this, I don't want to show the dropdown because we're not typing anything yet. So we only want to set show dropdown to true if the event.target.value.length is greater than 0. So if I have typed something. Another thing is we can add another event to being able to select and show the dropdown. So if I type something over here, right? I typed something, then I unfocus, like I focus on this, and I focus on this again, it still shows this, even though we didn't type it. So the reason why that happens is because we can add an on focus over here. That is a function that is going to run whenever we focus on the input. And if that's the case, we want to also select the playlist and show the dropdown only if it's greater than 0. Now, to finalize this, we're going to add a class name to this input, and it's going to be song search input. Great. Now we have, if I create a playlist here, it breaks. Now, why does it break? Let me inspect element, console log. I'll write cool vibes, create, and it says cannot read property of ID. That's because the initial value for the selected playlist is null, but if, and over here, when we check to see if the IDs are equal, we need to put a question mark to detect if first selected playlist is null. You can't access ID from a null value. What is going to happen is if initially selected playlist is null, it's just going to assume this condition is false and it should be good to go. So I'm going to save this. We're going to create a playlist here. Again, cool vibes. Created. Now it should 100% work. And as I'm typing this, it should change all the states. But we haven't created the UI for the dropdown yet. So that's the next thing we need to do. Now below this input, we're going to check to see if the selected playlist.id, again, put a question mark, is equal to the current playlist.id, because we are inside of a loop, and the show dropdown is true. If both of them are true, then we want to render this cool looking song dropdown. So I'm going to render here a div. It's going to have a class name of song dropdown. You'll see that automatically as I'm typing, something appears. If I remove it, it disappears. Now, obviously we have to add stuff inside of it to actually make it be a dropdown. So let's do that. The first thing is, as we're typing on that input, you see that it actually filters through the list of all songs to match what we're typing. It's like a search query, right? So if I want to add the song, I forgot what the names of the songs are. Breaching, it's not here. I type B and it will show all the songs that has, that looks like that, right? So Breaching is the only one that has BRE. Perfect. But by the way, we're not just searching for the name. That's why when I typed B, you saw that Forgotten Memories appears here. But there's no B on Forgotten Memories. The reason for that is because it also searches for the artist. And my DJ name was Echo BR, and there's B in it. Now, how do we do that? It's kind of interesting, right? This is my favorite ReactJS interview question. It was my interview question when I interviewed for my current company, which is Twitch. And I ask this all the time because I do agree that it demonstrates a lot of skills with React. Now, to do that, what we need to do is we need to actually create a filter variable. This is going to be a variable that is going to be the list of all songs, but filtered based on what the user is typing. So to do that, we need to access the all songs list. So I'm going to get it from here, and I'm going to set filtered songs to all songs. Then we're going to filter through it by using the filter function. And what it does is it's going to exclude songs that either are not matching what you're writing or the songs that are already in the playlist. So with this filter function, it allows us to loop through the all songs. And for each song, we have access to this song variable. And we need to determine if it matches. Now, this matches is going to be a Boolean. And the way we determine if it's matched is basically we get the song, each song title, then we check to see if that text, if that string includes whatever the user is typing currently, which is the search query. And if that happens, then matches is equal to true. You'll see that our console log here, console.log matches. And I'll just use this filtered songs somewhere. Actually, do I need to use it? I don't think so, actually. What you'll see is if I open up the console log here, not on this one over here, and you'll see that matches is always true just because there's nothing written. But if I were to write BRE, it's always true. But what happens if I somehow write something that doesn't make any sense? It still says that it's true. But the reason for that is because there's more that we need to add to this function. For example, when we match between a song title and the list of all songs, we don't care if the user types a keep you away, but with lower cases, right? We want to match it no matter what. To do that, we can convert this song title to lowercase and convert the search query to lowercase as well. Now, why do we do that? Because if both of them are lowercase, forcefully lowercase, then it's going to match no matter which way you write it. Now, this determines the match, but we also want to check to see if maybe the user is typing the artist's name. So to do that, we literally do the exact same thing we did over here, but we changed this to be the artist's name. Perfect. And now this should show us if it matches. Now, this is the determination if what we're typing is matching, but we also want to check to see if the song is already in a playlist. because we don't want to add a song twice to the same playlist. So I'm going to say if is already in playlist. How do we get that? Well, we can get the selected playlist, which is the one we're changing. We're going to get the list of songs in it. We also have to put a question mark because that could be null. And in the list of songs of the playlist, we're going to check to see if sum. Now, what is sum? Sum is a function in JavaScript that you can apply to an array, and it will return true if any part of that array matches whatever condition we put here. And the condition is that the playlist song has an ID equal to the ID of the song that we are trying to filter. So song.id. If that's true, then the song we're trying to filter is already in the playlist, so we shouldn't even include in the list of filtered songs. Now, in the end, we'll apply the filtering by returning a true or false statement to determine whether we want to keep the song in the drop-down list, so in the filtered songs, or not. So we only want to keep the songs in the drop-down list if it matches the search that we're trying to make, and it's also not already in the playlist. Now we can use this over here to loop and show the songs in the drop-down. So in here, what we'll do is we're going to come here, go through the filtered songs. We're going to check first to see if the length is equal to 0, because if it is, then we want to show kind of an empty state. So if it's 0, we're going to show this div that is going to say no songs found. And we're going to put a class name here. We're actually going to put two class names. One is going to be that this is a drop-down item, and the second one is that there's no results. Now, we're going to put an else case over here. And on the else case, we're going to do the same thing we did above, which is we're going to, it's kind of annoying to see this, but we're going to loop through the filtered songs. So filter songs.map. And for each song and key, we're going to render a div. Now, I'll just get this div done over here, save the file, and it will collapse into a more readable state. Now, for the div here, what we want to do is set the key equal to the key. Then the class name is equal to the drop down item. And inside of this div, what we want to do is we want to render a span with the song title and a span with the song artist. Now you'll see that if I go here and I were to close this, refresh the page, create a playlist like cool vibes, and try to add keep you away, you see that it immediately appears. If there's no songs that match it, it says no songs found. If I type something else like breaching, you see that all of the filtering is working. Now, what we want to do is when you click on this, I want to be able to add that song to the playlist. But before that, let me just add some class names here. I'm going to apply the song title class name to this, and I'm going to apply the song artist to this one. Perfect. And also, one thing is, I don't want to show all the songs while I'm typing because it might be a lot of them, especially if I write echo br. You see, it's all of the songs. Let's make it simple. Let's only show 5 songs at a time, the 5 songs that matches the most. To do that, I'm going to slice the filtered songs array and only get the first 5 items before we even map and display them. Perfect. Now, what do we want to do? Well, we want to allow the user to click on one of these songs and add the song to the playlist. So when you click on these songs, we're going to call a function called handle add song, and we're going to require it to pass the actual song that we're trying to add. Then up here, we're going to create that function. So we're going to create it similar to what we did here with the create playlist. We're going to create a handle add song. And the main difference is that in this if statement, we're going to check to see if the selected playlist is true. We need to make sure that that's not null, because then we're adding a song to a playlist. And then we want to create a function in our music context that is going to keep track of adding a song to the playlist. So in here, I'm going to come down to where we created the playlists, right? So we're going to write another logic here, and we're going to create the add song to playlist. And in here, we're going to require it to pass 2 pieces of information. The first one is the playlist ID, and the second one is the song we're trying to add. So what is the playlist we're trying to add, and what song we're trying to add to it? So then we have this list of playlists that each playlist has a list of songs. So what we do is we set the playlists list to be equal to what it was before. So we're going to create here the prev, and we're going to loop through each playlist by using the map function and getting each playlist individually. And for each playlist, we need to do some checks. Now, first, we only want to change the playlist if the playlist.id is equal to the playlist ID of the playlist we want to add the song to. If that condition is met, then what I want to do is I want to return an object which keeps the entirety of that playlist the same because we don't want to change the name or the ID of the playlist. But the songs array now should be exactly what it was before. I know it's a bit confusing, but we'll get every other song that was already there. But in the end, we'll add the new song that we're trying to add. So what we're doing here is we're looping through the playlist list. We're finding the playlist we want to add the song to. And we are adding one song, which is the one we want to add, to the end of the songs list. Now, in the else case over here, which is this isn't the playlist we want to touch, we literally just return the playlist. And this function should work. So we'll export this and put it down here as one of the things we want to access. I know this context is massive, but it's just the project that we're building. And then in this if statement, what I want to do is I want to add song to playlist. And we need to copy this function because we need to get it from the use music. And then in here, I'm going to require us to pass a selected playlist.id and the song. And then also when you add a song, we want to reset the search query to an empty string. And we want to remove the dropdown. So show dropdown to be equal to false. Now, currently, this won't do anything. Even if I add a song like Keep You Away, it doesn't do anything. Why? Because we aren't showing the playlist yet. We're not showing the songs of the playlist yet. And that's what we want to do next. Also, one of the things is if you go here to handle add song. Now, one issue here is that we forgot to bring song into this argument over here. And also, one thing I noticed is that on our input over here, we have the on focus. We forgot to get the event here as well. And we do use the event down here. So now, if I were to click this, it actually closes everything and it adds the song to the playlist state. It just doesn't actually display that song. Now, to display the songs that we just added, what we do is we come down here to the div, we come below, and we're going to add a div that is going to have a class name of playlist songs. Then inside of this div, we're going to check to see if the playlists.songs.length is equal to 0. If that's true, then I'm going to render a p tag that just says no songs in this playlist. And then we're going to add this as an empty playlist. Perfect. Then we're going to add the else case. We've done this multiple times. It's going to be kind of annoying until it collapses, but we're going to do playlist.songs and we're going to map through each song of the playlist, get the song and the key. And for each song, we're going to render a div. So I'll self-close this and I'll collapse. Perfect. Now it's readable. In this div, I'm going to add the key over here. And I'll add a class name, which is going to be a dynamic class name because we're going to add some stuff to it. So I'll just make it dynamic already. And I'll give it a name of playlist song no matter what. Then inside of this div, we want to render some song information. So I'll make a div here, which will have the song info. So I'll change this to say song info. In this div, I'll render a span, which will have the song title. And I'll put a class name here, the same class name we've been using for all of the song titles. And we'll do the same thing for the artist, but we'll change this to say song artist. And then below this, we're going to render a span with the song.duration. And on this span, we're going to add a song duration class name. Perfect. Then we now kind of have the song being displayed. If I go over here, it shows Keep You Away because that was the song that I added. If I add breaching, it should now show up over here. Perfect. But one thing that we can do on this one is you can actually select a song from the playlist, which is the whole point of having a playlist. And that's the next thing we want to do. Now, to detect if we are already in the song, for example, I'm already in Keep You Away, so it should be green. How do we do that? Well, to do that, we change this class name and we need to have access to the current track index. So we'll go up here to the use music hook and we're going to get the current track index. And you know that we have that because it was one of the first things we created. Then in this loop that we're having over here, we're going to check to see if the current track index is equal to the position of this song if it was in the all songs list. That's the hard part here, because this song is actually part of a playlist, but we want to get access to that song, but in the context of the all songs list, which is what we use for our music player. So to do that, we get the all songs list. We use this function called find index, which gives you the index of an item on an array based on a condition. And the condition that we want to find is if the song.id is equal to the ID of the song that we're looping from the playlist. So song.id as well. If that's true, then I want to add a class name called active, so we know it's the active song. If not, we don't want to show any different thing. You'll see that now, because I'm in keep you away, it shows this. But if for some reason I were to go to breaching, which is the other song, it should actually show it here. But we don't want to have to go to all songs to swap it. We want to do it directly in the playlist. To do that, what I need to do is I want to add an onClick to this item. So an onClick, and I want to create a function that is going to handle playing from the playlist. It's going to require a couple of things. It's going to require the song we're trying to play, the ID of the playlist, and also where in the playlist the song is. Then up here, we're going to create that function. Let me just copy the name because it's kind of big. And right over here, we'll create it. We're going to call it handle play from playlist. We're going to create this playlist. And actually, thinking more about it, I think we only need the song just because we're just calculating it from the global all songs. So actually, it might not even be necessary to pass all of this. Let's see if it's as easy as just getting the song. And let me see. I'll get the global index, which I know it says global index, but it's just where in the all songs list this is found. So I'll just do the same logic we just did. Find index, get the song, check to see the index of where the song is equal to the song.id. By getting that, I'll just now set the current track to be equal, and I need to get that function actually from here. Do we pass this here? Set current track. I don't think we actually pass it. So we do need to pass it down here so that we access it over here as well. We'll get that, and then we're just going to set the current track to be equal to the all songs with this global index. We also want to update a couple other things, like the set current index. I believe that's the name. Let me see over here. Set current index. One of the first things as well. Current track index. Do we have a function that we do this? Oh, actually we have a handle play song. Why don't we just use that? Yeah, that makes total sense. I'm just going to use that function over here. I'll just pass handle play song. And all I need to do is pass a song and an index. The song, we have it from the argument of here. And the index, we have it from the global index. Now, if I were to come over here, I'm in the breaching song. If I were to click on this, it should be able to switch. But the thing is, let me refresh this. Let me see if everything is working. I'll create another playlist. I'll add breaching and I'll add keep you away. And let me switch. So it doesn't seem to be actually switching. So the reason is because we don't actually call handle play song in the use music. That was kind of stupid. If I do call it, I can now switch between the different songs. Perfect. And does it actually reset? Let's see. It's playing the song and then it resets the state. Perfect. So everything is almost done. We could create new playlists. Like I could create here chill vibes. I don't know. New playlist. Add different songs to it. Like Forgotten Memories is one of them. And I can switch to this playlist and play the songs in each playlist. Perfect. Now, quickly, I just want to allow the user to delete a playlist before we make the playlists be persistent. Now, to delete a playlist, we have this button down here, which actually, is it here? Where's the delete button? It's delete. Yeah, over here. And when you click on this button, I want to call the delete playlist ID. So what we do is we're going to actually have a logic here, and I'll put here delete playlist confirmation. Now, why are we creating a confirmation function? You'll see why, but we'll require to pass this playlist.id here, and then we'll create this function up here. Let's call it const create delete playlist confirmation. Then inside of here, it requires the ID of the playlist. And what I want to do is I want to use the window playlist.confirm function. This is going to pop up a confirmation modal directly from our browser that allows us to ask a question like, are you sure you want to delete? And then we're going to insert the name of the playlist inside of here. That's why we made it into backticks. We're going to insert the name of the playlist just like this. And we're going to get the playlist. Actually, it might be better for us to pass the entire playlist instead of just the ID. But we're going to get the playlist.name. And let me fix this issue here. Let me just go back here to where we delete the playlist. And let me pass the playlist instead of just the ID. And then what I do here is if they want to delete it, I'll even put a question mark in the end. Then I want to call a function we're going to create in our music context called delete playlist. And that function will require the playlist.id. Now, if they don't confirm, so if this if statement is false, then we really won't do anything different. Now, we do need to create this delete playlist function. So we're going to get it over here already, so we don't forget that because we did it a couple times. And then we're going to create the delete playlist right here below the create one. Now, this delete playlist will require the ID of the playlist. So playlist ID. And what it's going to do is it's going to set the playlists list to be equal to its previous value. And then we're going to filter through that list. We're going to get the playlist and then get the ID of that playlist and check to see if it's not equal to the playlist ID. What this means is we're filtering out the playlist we want to delete. Now we'll return this delete playlist function over here and we'll be able to call it whenever we click on that button. Let's test to see if this works. If I click on this one over here, it shows the confirm. Are you sure you want to delete Chill Vibes? Yes. And it deletes the playlist. Great. We're 99% done with this project. Now the last thing I want to do is make it persistent. You see that as I refresh this page, all of the playlists remain here. And that's good because if you want to use this website, which, I mean, it's a small pet project, but if you want to use it, you want to keep the playlists the same. So to do that, we need to be using a method of storing data in our browser. For a situation like this, I feel like the local storage is the best place. So to do this, we're going to come here to our music context. And we're going to go up here and we're going to create a use effect that is going to run every time the playlist's state changes. So I'll create it right up here and we're going to create a use effect that, like I said, will have a dependency array, which is just going to be the playlists list. So whenever that changes, we're going to run the logic inside of this use effect. Now, inside of here, we want to check to see if the playlist.length is greater than 0, meaning if we created a playlist, because that's when the playlist.length is greater than 0, then I want to set an item into the local storage. The local storage is basically like a client-side database that you can keep on your browser. It will be stored for a specific user and they can delete it if they want to, if they clear their local storage. Now, we're going to keep this and it will persist per re-renders. So we set an item to the local storage by calling the setItem function. We need to give it a name. So in the local storage of the user, we're going to keep the data about the playlists with an item called music player playlists. Then we're going to have to store the list of playlists, but we can't store it just as an array. We actually have to store it as a JSON. Now that's fine. We can use the JSON.stringify function and pass an array, and this should work. Now we are actually storing the playlist. And why is it broken? Let me look over here. Maybe we did something small. Playlist is not defined. Did we make a mistake? We did. We accidentally wrote playlist over here instead of playlists. But basically what happens is, if I go to the playlist here, nothing is here. So if I open my local storage, application, and then go to local storage, then maybe I'll have some stuff, maybe I won't. Right now I don't have any items in my local storage. But if I were to create the Cool Vibes playlist, now there is an item on the local storage, including the entire JSON format of this Cool Vibes playlist. The most important part is that if I add songs to this playlist, the playlist will change, thus triggering the use effect again. So if I add Keep You Away, now this updated and Keep You Away is part of the list of songs. So the cool thing about this if I refresh this, Now, this local storage item is still here, and it will remain here as long as we delete it. We could put an expiration time. We can use different types of browser, like there's cookies, there's the session storage, there are different types, but we are using the local storage here, and I'll just keep it forever. Now, we are refreshing and it's still there in our local storage, but it doesn't actually reflect in the UI. So instead, what I want to do is I want to create another use effect that this one is actually going to run only when the component renders, only once. Because what it's going to do is it's going to check to see if there's anything in the local storage. And if there is, then it's going to update the playlist state to reflect that. So what we do here is we get the items from the local storage and set them equal to a state called playlists, saved playlists. We get an item by saying local storage.get item instead of set item, and we just pass the key, which is this over here. Then we check to see if the saved playlists is equal to true. Then we're going to have to get the playlists by parsing the JSON. So we'll say JSON.parse, which is the opposite of stringifying. It's transforming a string, which is a JSON, into a JavaScript like list or a JavaScript object in that case. And we'll pass these saved playlists inside of here. And then we're just going to set playlists to be equal to whatever this playlist is. And now if I come here, you'll see that it loaded the Cool Vibes playlist exactly how we wanted, even though I refreshed the page. Can do this, and if I delete it, I want it to also delete it from the local storage, which it doesn't. And that's because if we look at our logic over here, we only alter the local storage if the playlist length is equal to 0. But the problem is when we only have one playlist and we delete it, the playlist length is equal to 0. If this is the case, then we want to remove an item from the local storage and remove this as the key. So we want to delete that from our local storage. You'll see that if I confirm this, it will delete it. And now if I refresh this, it's not there anymore. So this is basically it for this project. I know it's not a big project in itself. Like it's just 3 little components. However, it teaches you a lot about the inner works of React. I wanted to make 3 different projects that teaches completely different things. The first one is more of an introduction one where you learn a bunch of how states work and eventually how hooks work in React. This one teaches you about global states and local storage. And the next one is going to be mostly focused on fetching data and creating really cool UIs. So stay tuned for that. It's the next project. Okay, everyone. Now let's get into our last project. This is going to be a website where we're able to display financial information. Now, in this project, we're going to be using crypto as like the data for the website, but you could technically make this work with just normal stocks, any kind of financial data. Now, why did I choose this project? Is it because I'm shilling crypto to you guys? Absolutely not. It's because I think that this will help you guys understand 2 important concepts. The first one is how to properly fetch data from a public and free API, which the crypto CoinGecko API, is completely free and available, and a lot of the stock market data APIs are actually paid. And on top of that, I want to show you guys how to create some cool UIs like charts and so on. So that's the main part, the main topic that we want to focus on for this project. Now, in order to start this project, we're going to do the same thing we did before, which is we're going to open up a like a project on VS Code, and in here I'm going to run npm create vite at latest. This should start creating the project. I'm going to choose a name. I'm going to choose just a dot to create the project in this directory. We're going to choose React. We're going to choose JavaScript. And then we're going to choose no for roll down vite and yes for npm and start. This should start creating the project. If you're watching this project as a standalone project because you don't want to watch the other ones and you find that you just want to do this one, I'll just give you a rundown of what we went over on the previous projects. We are not focusing that much on CSS. Actually, to focus on the only important topic that we're trying to learn here, which is React, I am not writing CSS. I already wrote all of the CSS, and we're going to put all of it into the index.css. So I want you to delete that app.css file that I just deleted. Then I want you to open the index.css, delete this, and then paste the entire CSS that you're going to find on the code repo in the description. Again, we're going to be using the class names to style our project, but I'm not going to show myself writing the CSS. The next thing I want to do is delete this assets folder, and I'm going to go to the app.jsx, and I'm going to delete everything here so that we can start the project in a completely empty environment. Perfect. Because we started the project with create vite, this should be able to run our project. So I'm going to open up this, and you'll see that we have here our project running on localhost 5173. Now on this over here is the final project, right? The one that you guys saw on the intro. This is what we're going to be building. It includes obviously a navbar where you can search for different cryptocurrencies. You get real-time data about the crypto market. So whenever you're watching this, maybe these have changed. And you can get the top, I believe, I don't know how many I put here, maybe the top like 20, 30 coins. And one of the things is that when you click on the coins, so when you click, for example, on Bitcoin, you'll be able to go to this page where you can see stock market, or not stock market, but like crypto data and a chart for the previous 7 days. On top of that, you get more info like the market cap, volume, all that kind of stuff. Now, you can go back to the list. You can also do something cool, which is filtering. You can filter by the name, the price, low to high, the 24-hour change. This is the one that changed the least. I know that there are some coins that went up like 30%, 100% in the last 24 hours. Imagine if I bought this, but I'm not gonna go into that. Then let's go back to rank. And one of the cool things you can do as well is swap between grid to list, right? Obviously, this is fully responsive. If I were to inspect element over here and I were to start going down, you see that the amount of columns go down. And in the end, it becomes a fully responsive website. So this is what we're going to be building. To get started, what I want to do is I want to close this up and go to our app.jsx. Now, in this project, we are going to be using routes similar to in the previous project. And we're going to be using React Router as the library to set up routes in our application. So I'm going to install React Router, and I'm going to use our app.jsx as the place that we're going to define all of the routes in our app. So that means that over here, we're going to import at the top the browser router from React Router, the routes from React Router, and also the route from React Router. Whenever you want to set up routes in your app, you have to import all three. Then I'm going to wrap our entire project with a browser router, then wrap it as well with the routes. And inside of it, we're going to define each route that we're going to have. This project is not route heavy. There's only two routes, right? There's the home page where you can see and do almost everything. And then when you click on one of the coins, you're brought into this route where you can see a coin with the name as the path name. You're able to get a specific detailed view of that specific crypto. Now, to do that, we're going to need two routes. So I'll define two routes over here. The first one will have a path equal to the home page because it's the main route. We'll have to pass an element, which is the component that is going to render whenever the user is in this route. We don't have the components created yet, but we're going to create a component called home, which should represent the home page. We're going to copy this, paste it down here, and create the second one. Now, there's an interesting thing about the second one. If I click on Bitcoin, you see that the route for this is coin/Bitcoin. But then if I click on Tether, you'll see that on Tether, the path name is different. It says coin/Tether. So the coin part stays the same, but the last part doesn't change. The last part changes. What this means is that this route is a param route. So it's a dynamic route that has a variable, also known as a param, that we can put as part of the URL, and it will change what the component renders. To define a route like this, you first put the first part of the route, which is not dynamic, which is just a /coin, and then you put another slash and the name of the variable that is going to determine the param. Now, what we have here is like when it goes /coin/Bitcoin, Bitcoin is the ID of the coin. So we're going to create a variable called ID, and that's going to serve as the ID of the coin that we want to fetch whenever we have the homepage. If that's confusing for now, don't worry, because we're not going to touch on the coin page yet. But when we do, we're going to create this coin detail component that is going to render that page. Now, let's create the structure of this website. So the first thing is we're going to have a Pages folder, which is a bit different from the other projects. Pages is just a place for us to put actual components that represent pages. So we're going to have a home.jsx and we're going to have a coin detail.jsx. Now in the home.jsx, for now, we're just going to export const home and we're going to render a div that says this is the home page. We'll copy this, go to coin detail, export another component called coin detail and say this is the coin page. Now let's go back to our app.jsx and let's just retype this because now we should be able to auto import those components. Sometimes that doesn't work perfectly, especially with my computer. So we can also just import it over here. I'll import home from /pages/home. I'll do the same with the coin detail. And now if we go to our app, you see that in the home page, it says this is the home page. And if I go to the coin/something, it says this is the coin page. Now, currently we're not doing with anything with the ID that we pass over here, but we will then make changes such that we can get whatever value is here and change the UI based on it. But let's focus on the home page. What do we do here? Well, let's close this up and let's go here. In the home page, we want to first fetch the data for the list of cryptocurrencies. So to fetch data from an API, I'm actually going to create here a folder called API. Now in this API folder, I'll create a file that is going to fetch data from this specific public API that we're going to use to fetch the data for the coins. It's going to be called CoinGecko.js. Now, what is CoinGecko? CoinGecko is an API that we can easily access. It's very popular and it's used for anyone who wants to use cryptocurrency information. Now, obviously, if you want to use it consistently, you'll have to probably pay, but you can use it for free. There's just a rate limit. I personally run into the rate limits after I fetch the data, I don't know, like 20, 30 times. I'm not 100% sure what the rate limit is. One way I can bypass that is by using a VPN and switching locations, and then it will automatically reset my rate limit. However, this is just, again, a pet project. So we're using a free API. We don't want to pay for this. So this API looks like this. This is the URL, the base URL for the API, and they have some routes. For example, this over here is a URL that if we were to fetch this data, we will get back a bunch of data. More specifically, this API route returns back data about each coin. And this is the route that we want to fetch in our application. But how do you fetch data in React? Well, it's similar to how you fetch it in JavaScript, but there's a couple things that you need to do. The first thing is, let's set up the infrastructure for fetching data inside of this CoinGecko.js. We're going to create a variable called base URL. We're going to set it equal to the base URL of the website, the one that I showed you guys. So it's going to be this. And then you just paste it here. Then we're going to create a function called fetch cryptos. And this function is going to be an async function. Inside of here, we want to get a data that is going to come from this API. To fetch data from an API in JavaScript, you use the fetch function. The fetch function allows you to put an API endpoint in here, and it will return a response for you. Now, what API endpoint do we need? Well, if you looked previously, to fetch this data, it's basically the base URL plus this whole thing over here. Now, why do we even separate the base URL? Because this base URL doesn't change when you make multiple requests to the API, and we're going to make more than one API request. So I'd much rather do it this way. In here, I'm going to insert a URL with the base URL plus this path name that is necessary for us to fetch this data. So if we fetch from the base URL plus the coins, markets, whatever, this is what the API docs recommend us to fetch this data. Now, when we fetch this data, we're going to await for it, and we're going to get back a response. Now, this response might actually be a failure, might fail. If the response, so if not response.ok, this OK over here just tells us that there was an issue with the response. So if it wasn't OK, then we can do something like this. We can throw an error message saying failed to fetch cryptos. If the response was OK, then it will bypass this. And in order for us to get the data, what we need to do is we need to return the response and then convert that response into JSON, because JSON will allow us to get this data in a JavaScript object or a JavaScript array, which will make it easier for us to display this information on our screen. Now, let's go back to our homepage. Now, in the homepage, what we want to do is we first want to create a function that is going to fetch the crypto data. Now, you might be asking, didn't we just make a function that is basically for the same thing, has the same purpose? Well, technically, this function that we created over here to fetch cryptos just fetches the data. This function over here calls that function, but also deals with how to manage the data and display any error states that happen in the way. So in here, we need to call this CoinGecko, this fetch cryptos function. This function is an async function because it returns a promise. Now, to get back that data, we need to turn this function to async, and we need to get the data by awaiting the fetch crypto or fetch cryptos function. Now, we need to import that function over here. I'm going to import it by saying import fetch cryptos from, and then we're going to go back to and go to API and then go to CoinGecko. Then when we get back this data, what we want to do is we need to create a state that is going to keep track of that data. But for now, I actually just want to test to see if we are correctly fetching this data. So I'm going to console log what we get back from this data object so you guys can see what this means. Now, this fetch crypto data function needs to be called, right? Because we want to fetch the data for the crypto immediately when the user enters the page. Now, what happens is we can't just call this function like this, right? Because this would be calling itself every time this component re-renders, it would call this function again. What we need to do instead is we need to create a use effect that is going to run once in this component's life, whenever the component renders for the first time. And this is what the empty dependency list means. And whatever functionality we put here will run only once and when this component renders. And the functionality we want is we want to fetch the crypto data. By doing this, we should now be able to see a console log that shows that information. You see, we console log and there's an array with 100 items because we fetched the first 100 cryptos. Perfect. So we are correctly fetching the data from that API. Now, what do we want to do with that data? Well, we want to keep track of that data so that we can display it as cards in our screen. To do that, we're going to create a state called crypto list and a set crypto list function. We're going to set this to use state and it's going to be an empty array. Then when you fetch the data, we don't want to just console log it, but rather we want to set the crypto list to be equal to that data. Now, what happens if there is an issue while fetching the data? Well, we want to try and catch that issue. When you wrap around and await in JavaScript, you're able to try some sort of operation and catch any errors that might occur. In the catch, I'm going to just console.error anything that happens so that I am aware that there was an error. So error fetching crypto, and I'll put the error message directly here. Then I'm pretty much ready to start building the UI of our website. There's just a thing though. While the data is not ready, meaning we are fetching the data, and it might take a second, it might take 10, I don't know. Usually it's faster, but there is always a delay in which the data is not there. While that's happening, we want to show a loading state, right? If I refresh this, there's a small loading state while we're fetching the data, and then it displays the data. To do that, we need to keep track of whether or not we're fetching the data or not. So I'll create this state called isLoading and a function called setIsLoading, and I'll set this equal to a use state that starts as true. So it will be loading by default when we create the component. And then in the fetch crypto data part over here, no matter what happens, either it's a success or it's a failure, we're going to set isLoading to false. So this finally clause over here happens no matter if the try was good or the catch happened. This will run no matter what. So we're just setting it to false. Now in the UI here, what I want to do is the following. I want to create a class name over here that is going to be the app. Then we're going to have the header, we're going to have all of the kind of stuff, but for now, we're not going to touch that. We're going to start by just rendering the crypto data. So in here, we're going to check to see if isLoading is equal to true. Because if it is, then we want to show the loading state. If it's not, then we want to show something completely different. Now, what do we want to show if the data is loading? Well, if isLoading is true, then we want to show this div with a class name called loading. I already added the class for all of this. And it's going to have a div that is going to act like a spinner. We're going to put a class name here of a spinner. If you go to my CSS file, you'll see how I made this happen. With some small animation, you can make a spinner that runs forever. Then below this, we're going to add a p tag that says loading crypto data. You'll see that now if I come here, it is showing this, but it shows this infinitely until it doesn't. And if you refresh multiple times, it will stop showing that. Now let's go back over here and let's continue. What happens if this was a success? What happens if you have fetched the data correctly? Then we want to create this div that has a crypto container class. And inside of it, I want to loop through the crypto list. So crypto list.map. And for each item, so I'll get the crypto and I'll get the key of it. We're going to actually render a component that I'm going to create, which is going to represent each individual card. So we don't put the UI for that here. We're going to separate it into a separate component. This component is going to be called crypto card. Now to do that, I am going to come here and create a folder called components, which is where we're going to put all of our separate components that aren't pages. And I'll create here a crypto card.jsx. Now in this crypto card, it's going to be a component. So we'll create here crypto card. It's going to require a prop, which is the crypto that we get here from the map. So I'm going to accept a prop called crypto, and it's going to contain all of that information. Now, what do we return here? Well, we return a div that is going to contain the information about the crypto, and we're going to give a class name of crypto card. You see that if I do this and I import that component up here, so crypto card, and we come over here, we see 100 little rectangles. Why are we seeing 100 rectangles? Because it is looping through a list of 100 items because we correctly fetched the data, and it's rendering this component that for now there's nothing here, but because I added this class name, it already added the class for the different cards. Now, why isn't it a grid? Why is it a list? It's because we are going to add the ability to swap between list and grid. And initially right now we don't have that. So it's just rendering it as a list. So what do we want to do now? Well, in here, I want to add the information about the crypto. So I'm going to create a div here that is going to be the crypto header. Then inside of it, I'm going to put another div, which is going to be for the crypto info. Now, to make this more easy for you guys to see, I'm going to open this up and we're going to write as we go. So inside of here, I'm going to add an image. This image is going to be for the logo of the crypto coin. So I'm going to put a source. And because I know how the documentation for this API works, if you go over here, you'll be able to see how it works. Each crypto has an image. It has a URL to it. So I know that if I were to say crypto.image over here, we should be able to see the list of images appearing. However, there's a bug. Like what is happening? Well, let's take a look over here. If I go to the console, it says cannot read properties of undefined, reading image. Now, why is this happening? Well, it's because we didn't pass the crypto from this list as a prop to the crypto card. So I'll have to pass it like this, and we'll also pass the key here. The key, you can pass it to any component. It doesn't matter if it is not a prop because it's just to help React itself. And you see that now each coin should have its logo. So I'll bring this back over here. You see each coin is rendering its logo. We also want to put an alt here just because we want to be good with accessibility. And in case the image doesn't load, or a person can't see the image, we're going to put an alt that says crypto.name. Then below this, we want to add a div, and I just realized we accidentally didn't close this. And on this div, I want to add a h3 tag that should say the crypto.name. Then below this h3 tag, we want to show the symbol. So like BTC for Bitcoin, XRP for XRP. We'll do something like this. We'll just say crypto.symbol. Now, first of all, that looks horrible because it's black and black. So I'll just add a symbol class, which is what we have on the CSS. And I don't like it like this because it's not capitalized. So we want to force this to be capitalized by using the to uppercase function in JavaScript, and it will make it all capitalized. Then below this p tag, I want to add a span to show the rank. The rank is just based on, for example, market cap. What is the biggest, what is its position compared to all the other coins? So in this case, Bitcoin should be the first one because it's the biggest market cap coin. And the way we get that is by saying crypto.marketCapRank, and it will show you down here. Now, I also want to put a rank class, and it has this really cool pill that it shows. Now, we'll come down here, we'll go down 3 divs, and below this, we're done with the header. In this part, we want to show the price. To show the price, we'll add a div, and on this div, we're going to add a class name of crypto price. Now, for the price, it adds some dynamic parts to it, because if the recent change is positive, then we want to show a green thing, right? Saying that it's positive. If it's negative, we'll want to show something else. So in here, to do that, we're going to first show the price by adding a p tag, and we want to show the crypto.current_price. I'm going to show here the class name. It's going to be price, but you clearly see that it's not really well formatted, right? This is 109,000, but there's no comma over here. This is less than $1, and it's like, it's not proper. So what we want to do is we want to create this function that is going to help us always be able to correctly format this price. Now, because we're going to be showing prices multiple times in this project, this is a great contender for us to create a helper function. So in a project, if you need a helper function, it's good to create a utils folder, and you create a file for that helper that you're going to be using. In this case, we're going to be creating a formatter.js, which is a file that is going to have functions to format stuff. We're going to have 2 functions that are required to format stuff. The first one is going to be to format a price in a way that is readable to us. So I'll create here a format price function, which requires a price in the argument. And inside of it, it's going to have some logic to do that. Now, if you've never worked with formatting before, I'm going to paste the code here of how it should look like, and I'll just go over explaining. Basically, what we're doing here is we're just, first of all, checking to see if the price is less than 0.01, just because if that's the case, then we want to actually increase the amount of decimals, because with less than 0.01, it means that the coin has a lot of decimal places, and each decimal place matters to it. So we're increasing that. If not, then we want to set a certain standard where we only show, for example, 2 decimal points as maximum on the fraction digits and a minimum of 2 as well. We use this international number format function to style it based on a currency that is USD. Now you can make this look whatever you want. You can use another currency, you can do whatever you want, but this is a great way for us to format the price. And because we're returning this, we can import this function here and use it to format this price. So I'm going to say format price, and I'm going to import this function up here at the top. So import format price from, I'm going to go back twice and then go to the utils/formatter file. You see now that the prices look like actual dollars, right? And if you go to a very small coin, which right now I can't really find, you'll be able to see that it actually handles it. Oh yeah, Pepe. So it handles it up to 8 decimal places. Perfect. Now, what do we want to do? Well, below this, we want to handle the different changes in the price. So I'm going to go down here, and I want to add another p tag that is going to represent the latest 24-hour change. So I'll add a p tag, and we'll add a class name here for change. Now this class name, this item will actually have a dynamic class, and you'll see why. Inside of this, we're going to add the crypto.price_change_percentage_24 hours. This is the name they gave on the documentation, and you'll see it already shows a value. Now what happens is we also want to show an absolute value of it without a bunch of decimals, stuck to only 2 decimals. To do that, I'm going to wrap this around with a math function .absolute, because it will also, with the absolute function, if it went down, it won't show negative, you know? It will show, for example, this would become 1. And then we're going to show if it's negative by changing the background color to red. So we're absolute valuing this, and we're fixing it to only 2 decimal places. Perfect. So now that becomes this. But now, because we absolute valued it, we definitely need to have a way to show that this is either positive or negative. To do that, I'm going to first come up here at the top and make this into a dynamic class name, like I said. To make that happen, we're going to replace this with backticks, and we're going to insert some logic into this class name. There's a class name that if you go to our index.css file, you'll see that it adds style if this is a positive or a negative. You'll see if I remove this for a second, the positive ones should have a different style. Let me try negative. Oh, I wrote positive wrong. Let me save this. You see it becomes green and the negative becomes red. So what we want to do is we actually want to check to see if the crypto.price changed in the last 24 hours. If that was negative or if that was positive, so if it was greater than or equal to 0, then we'll show this class name as positive. If it was less than 0, then we'll show it as negative. So we'll save this and you'll see now that every time it's a positive, it's going up, it actually becomes green. Every time it goes down, which for some reason Tether is going down, even though it's supposed to be $1, it's becoming red. Now we also want to put a little icon, like a little icon for up and down, and I'll do it over here. To do that, it's a similar logic, just like this. I'm going to even copy this, and then I'll just paste it over here. But instead of saying positive and negative, what I want to do is I want to replace this with this little arrow up and down, just like this. So if it's positive, it should do this. If it's negative, it should do this. Now you see how there's no space in here? One way we could do this is by manually adding a space over here. You'll see that now it has a space. Or actually, here's a trick. You can just add a space just like this, and then it will actually force a space in between two variables. Perfect. Now we're almost done. I just want to add a percentage sign over here so that it says this %. And it's time for us to add the crypto stats. For the crypto stats, we're going to go below this div over here, and we're going to create another div. This will have a class name of crypto stats. Then in the stats, we want to show information about the market cap of the crypto and its volume. So we'll create two stats. The first one is going to be for the market cap. So I'll say stat over here. Then for the stat, I want to add a span that says whatever the stat is. So in this case, it's market cap. I'm going to add a class name here that is going to be stat label. Then I'm going to add another span for the stat value. Now for the value, we want to show the number. So to get the market cap, we say crypto.market cap, but with an underscore. Now again, this number is not properly formatted. So what I want to do is I want to format by using another function in our formatter file. For this function, here's what we're going to do. We're going to create a format market cap. We'll even use it for the volume as well, even though it's called format market cap. And it will take in a market cap value, and it will return a string that looks like a normal market cap. So it should say like 2.18 trillion if it's a trillion. If it's a billion, it should say this. Now to do that, there's actually some logic to it. And I didn't write this function. I got it online. It's a function that is reused for everywhere. Basically, you just check to see if the value of the market cap is greater than a trillion, which a trillion is just 1 to e to the power of 12. And if that's the case, you just return the market cap divided by 1 trillion, you fix it to 2 decimals, and you put a t in the end. That's the whole logic. Here's the same thing. A billion, it's 9 digits. So you just get the market cap, check to see if it's more than a billion. And it's technically less than a trillion because it would have returned early over here. And you do the same thing. You divide the market cap divided by 1 billion. This is what this represents. And you put a b in the end. In the end, we just return it to local string so that it makes sense in the context. So we'll import that function from here, format market cap, and we're going to use this function around the market cap over here so that it actually looks pretty nice. Perfect. This is what we want to show for the market cap, on top of also putting a $sign in the front. Now, I want to show another stat. So I'll copy this and I'll put it over here. But this stat is going to be for the volume. So I'll just change this to say volume. So volume. And I'll change this to get the total volume as well. But I'll just reuse the same format market cap function, and that should be perfectly fine. Now we're almost done with this section. What I want to do now is allow us to display it in both a grid light section or as a list. To do that, I'm actually going to bring this back to its size. And because anyways, you have to be in a big screen to be able to see the grid structure. And to do that, I need to actually create a navbar. But to do that, I need to come here to our home.jsx, and before our loading, I want to add some stuff. I want to add a div here that is going to be for the controls. And on the controls, we're going to have two different controls. The first one is actually going to be for filtering, which we haven't done yet, but we'll have to do. It's going to have a class name of filter group. And the second one is going to be for the view. So we're able to toggle between either a grid or a list. So I'm going to add a class name here called view toggle. Perfect. And now we create a space over here, which is good. Now for this view toggle, what do we do? Well, inside of here, we're going to add two options, meaning two buttons. The first button is going to have the text grid. The second button is going to have the text list. Now, because they are inside of this view toggle, they automatically get this class name, but the class should actually change depending on which view you're in. So what we want to do is keep track of which view the user is choosing, either grid or list. To do that, we're going to create a state here called view mode and a function called set view mode. It's going to be a state that actually has two options. Either it's a grid or a list. We're going to start with list first or with grid first. And in the button here, we're going to add a class name where if the view mode is equal to grid, at least in this one, then we're going to add an extra class to this button called active to assert that this is the active button. If not, we won't add any class names. We're going to have to do this for this as well so that it also shows that one is active when it is, but change this to say list. Now, how do I switch between them? Because right now it just forces the grid one. To switch, what we need to do is add an on click over here. And whenever the user touches the grid button, it will set the view mode to grid. But whenever the user clicks the other one, is going to set it to list. At least for now, what this means is I can switch between them, but it doesn't actually affect anything here. To get the desired effect, here's what we have to do. Down in where we show the crypto container, I added two different classes in the index.css. One of them is a grid, the crypto container grid, and the other one is going to be .list. So it changes from list to grid based on the view mode over here. So what we want to do is just replace this and make this into a dynamic class and add whatever view mode is currently desired as part of the class name. You see that now it shows the actual grid if I'm in the grid and a list if I am in the list. Perfect. Now let's add the ability to filter through the different coins. How do we do that? To do that, let's come to the other part of the control section, which is the filter group. And let's add a label here to indicate that the user can sort the list by one of the following controls. Now we're going to add a select for this. And a select allows you to put a drop-down menu with a bunch of options. Now, what options do we want? The first one is going to be sorting by rank, which is the one by default. Now, for this, we have to pass a value, which is going to be, at least for how we are doing it by default, is just sorting it based on the market cap, as you can see. Now, I'm going to put a value to this, and I'm going to say market cap rank. Then we copy this, and we make it for name. We change this to name, price, 24-hour change, and so on. I actually already did this, so I'm just going to copy and paste it, and you guys can just copy the same ones. So we have one for price high to low, one for price low to high, one for the 24-hour change, and one for the overall market cap. Now, what I want to do is on this select, I need to have a way to keep track of which option the user chose. So the user can choose one of the options and it should affect what we're displaying here. But to even affect this, we have to keep track of what the user chose. So to do that, we're going to come up here and we're going to create a state. It's going to be called sort by, and it's going to keep track of that information. Then in here, we're going to create a function called set sort by. Now, it's going to contain whatever the value is of each of the options. By default, the first one is going to be the default one, the market cap rank. So I'm just going to put that as the option. Then when we come here to our select, we're going to put the value to be equal to that state. So sort by. And then the on change here is going to be an event that whenever it changes, we're going to set the sort by to be equal to that event.target value. Perfect. Now we're keeping track of that. But what does that even do? It doesn't affect in any way, because what we do over here is we just use the crypto list as we get it from the API and just loop through it. So instead of that, we actually want to add a way to filter and sort through the different items. So I'm actually going to create a copy of this crypto list state called filtered list. And this one is going to keep track of the list, but after we have applied any kind of filtering or sorting to it. Now, to get this filtering to work, we're going to create this function called filter and sort. Now, this function is going to both filter and sort for the correct crypto. But right now we don't have the search bar at the top like we have over here, so we're not going to add that. We're just going to add the sorting capability. To sort, it's actually pretty simple. We get a copy here, so I'm going to create a variable called filtered, set it equal to currently the crypto list. To just make a copy, we just create an array that is exactly the same. This is how you make a copy. Then I'm going to get this filtered array that right now is not really filtered by anything, but we're going to change this later. And I'm going to sort it. Now to sort, you actually have to apply some logic here. You get one item and another item, so A and B. And the way this JavaScript function works is you have to specify how you want to compare item A and B in order to properly sort it. So the way we compare it depends on what the sort by option is selected. So we're going to do a switch based on the sort by. And for each case, we're going to implement a different kind of sorting. For the first case is based on the name. And it's actually pretty simple to sort based on name, because the sorting comparative that we want to make between A and B is if A.name local compares to B.name. And this local compare will just compare which, like the first letter, which one comes first. Then we want to go to case 2. Case 2 is going to be the price. Now the price is compared if the price of A is greater than the price of B, then we know where to put A and B. Same thing with the price descending. Actually, I'll just copy this and I'll put it over here. This is for the price from, I believe, low to high, but the other one from high to low is just the opposite. So for price descending, we just switch this to be B and this to be A. Then we copy this, we come here, and we have the change, right? So which one has the biggest change in the last 24 hours? To do that, again, we just get the price change percentage 24 hours from A and B, and we have to get the difference between them. Finally, we want to look at market cap. And for market cap, we just want to get the market cap of A, so market cap of A, and subtract it by market cap of B. Now, there's a default case, which is just going to be the rank, the market cap rank. And for that one, it's kind of like this one, but we're going to use another property, which is called market cap rank and market cap rank. Perfect. Now, we want to call this filter and sort function whenever there's a change in our filtering. So whenever this sort by state changes its value. But before we do that, we'll just have to update the filtered list state to be equal to whatever is the result of this filtered list. Now, to actually get it to work, we're going to come up here. We're going to create a use effect. And the reason why we're using a use effect is because with a use effect, we can run some logic whenever a specific state changes its value. Now, again, we want to run this logic to filter and sort whenever the sort by state changes its value, or whenever the crypto list changes its value, which shouldn't be much. It should be just when we fetch this for the first time. Then we call the filter and sort, and all we need to do now is come down here, and instead of using the crypto list to loop through the list of cryptos, we use the filtered list. Now let's go here and let's take a look at what we did. So looks perfectly fine. Looks like the same list as before. It's sorted by market cap rank. But what happens if I change it by sorting by name? Boom. All of a sudden, all the coins with A in their names are first. And apparently, if you had just invested on coins with A, it would have worked. But if you go in 24-hour change, you're able to see also it's sorted based on the smallest 24-hour change to the biggest. Price high to low works as well. Price low to high works as well. So the sorting is working. Great. So now we get this done. What I want to do now is add the header or the navbar to this section. The navbar will include this title, this cool logo over here, together with a description and also an input where we're going to be able to search for the different items. To do that, I'll come back over here and we're actually going to put the header inside of here because the header won't actually be the same in both routes. If you click on this route, you see that the input is not there. It's going to have this back to list button. And since the logic for the list and the filtering is already in this home component, I don't want to bring it all out of this into a separate component. I want to keep it here. So what I want to do here is I want to come down here right to the start before the controls, and I want to add a header section. For the header, I'm going to add a class name called header. Then I'm going to add a div that is going to have the header content, and then another div inside of it with the logo section. So this logo section is where we're going to have the name of the website. Now, for the name of the website and the little description of it, just add an H1 with like a title and a P tag with a small description. Automatically, because of our class names, it should create this little gradient with the icon and this text at the bottom. Now, the cool part of this header is what comes next. We want to create a section below this where we're able to search for a crypto. So we're going to put here search section. And inside of this, we're going to have an input. Now, if you watched the previous project, you kind of already know what we need to do over here. We need to look for the name of the different cryptos and for what we're searching here and keep track of that information and compare them. Now, to do that, what we need to do is we're going to, inside of this input, make it be of type text. Then we'll add a placeholder, which is going to say search cryptos. Then in here, we're going to have to add a class name to style it. It's going to be search input. Now, we need to keep track of what the user is typing on this input. So up here, we're going to create a state that is going to keep track of that. That state is going to be called search query, and there's going to be a set search query function. Initially, this is going to be empty, but when you start typing on this input, so on change, we're going to update this set search query to be equal to whatever the user is typing. Then we also need to set the value of this to be equal to the search query. Now, what do we do with that search query? Well, it's actually very simple now that we have this whole filter and sort functionality. We just go to the filter and sort function. Instead of just making a copy of the crypto list, we're now actually going to filter it based on what the user is typing. So I'm going to say crypto list.filter and use the filter function to filter for any crypto in which the name of the crypto contains whatever the user is typing on the input. To check that, we get the crypto.name, so the string, and we check to see if any of the characters or any part of that name includes what the user is typing. And the cool part about this is that now, if I come here and I were to type Bitcoin, absolutely nothing happens. Now, why is nothing happening? Well, that's because we are not telling our use effect to run again whenever the search query changes. So whenever the search query changes, we want to refilter for everything. So that means that now if I refresh this and I were to start writing Bitcoin, you'll see that only the Bitcoin coins should appear. But there's an issue here. What happens if I write Bitcoin in lowercase? Doesn't work because it's not a perfect match with the name, which has a capital B. For that reason, we want to bypass that whole thing. To do that, we just convert both the name on this part of the comparison to lowercase or to uppercase, doesn't matter. And we convert the search query to lowercase as well. And then if you do this, both of them are going to be in lowercase completely. And it doesn't matter if you write it in all caps or whatever, it will actually search for it. One thing I want to do as well is be able to search like BTC, and it shows like the name, the shortened name of the coin. So I am going to add an other option in this search query, and I'm going to do the exact same thing, but for the crypto symbol. And now if I were to come here and I say BTC, it actually also shows Bitcoin, not just the coins with BTC in the name. Perfect. Now we're almost done. I know this project is smaller, is shorter than the other project, the second project. However, that's because the second project was a lot of stuff. And on this project, it's more of like more complex topics. But because we are also already know a lot more from the previous videos, I'm going a little bit faster. The next thing we want to do is be able to click on one of the coins and go to their individual pages. To do this, we have to, first of all, make it such that this crypto card is a link, right? We need to wrap this entire crypto card with a link from React Router, which is that component that allows you to navigate to another page. And the reason for that is because when you click on this entire crypto card, you're now able to navigate to a route. Now, what route do we want to navigate to? We want to go to the /coin/ and then insert the crypto.id in here, so that if I were to, for example, click on Bitcoin here, it should take me to coin/Bitcoin. Similar thing with clicking on Ethereum, it should take me to coin/Ethereum. Now, right off the bat, because we made that into a link, you see that there's a bunch of ugly underlines everywhere. So to fix that, what we do is we add a style here and we set text decoration to none. And that goes away. And now we're able to click on the coins and go to that specific page. Now, what do we do with that page? We haven't done anything there. So I'm going to come here to coin detail. And the first thing I want to do is in the coin detail page, I want to be able to get the ID of the coin that is in the parameters, right? So if I'm in the Bitcoin page, I want to know I'm in the Bitcoin page by getting this word. How do I do that? To do that, we can utilize a hook from React Router called useParams. This hook allows us to just grab back here whatever the name of the variable that you defined in your route. So we defined it as ID, and we can get it as a variable in the return of this hook. And you'll see that if I do that, I can console.log it, or I can just show it in my screen over here. Actually, I can just render the ID of the coin, and you'll see that it should show in the text what the ID is. It can actually be anything. If I go to this, it will show that. Perfect. But that's not what we want to do. We want to use that ID to fetch the data for that coin only. So we don't have a functionality to do that yet. In our CoinGecko API, we only have one function, which is to fetch the first 100 cryptos. But now we want to change that. And it's going to be pretty much the same function. So I'm just going to copy and paste that function here. We're going to call it fetch coin data. The main difference here is that we do require an argument, which is the ID of the coin. Now, the URL that we have over here is different because in the API, you can fetch data for one coin by inserting the name of the coin right over here. So I just needed to insert the ID over here into this huge URL. In the end, we're going to obviously throw any errors if there's an issue and return the data back. Now we'll come back here, and inside of this, we want to load the coin data. Now to load the coin data, we're going to do something similar to what we did on the home page where we had the fetch crypto data. We're even going to copy this and bring it to here. Now we're not going to call the fetch cryptos. We're going to call the fetch coin data from CoinGecko. Then we need to have a way to store the data about this one coin. It's not going to be set crypto list because it's not a list, it's just one coin. So we'll create a state called coin and set coin. We're going to set it equal to use state. And before we fetch the data, this is going to be null. We're also going to copy the whole is loading state because we do want to show a loading state while the data is fetched as well. So we'll copy this and we'll keep it like this. Now, instead of setting the data to a crypto list, we're going to set the coin to be the data. Perfect. Now we want to create a use effect that is going to fetch this coin data whenever the user enters the page. So we're going to have here a dependency array, and we could put just an empty ID or an empty list, but actually we should refetch this use effect whenever the ID from the params changes. Most likely you're going to need to refresh the page to change the ID, so it shouldn't matter that much. In here, we're going to run the load coin data so that we get the coin data. And now we are ready to be able to render this page. Now, the first thing I want to do is add a scenario in which even though I fetched the coin data, it finished fetching, we for some reason were in a route that didn't make sense. So Bitcoin is a correct route. It's a coin. But if you for some reason typed something random here, I want to show a state here, a UI, to represent that. So in that case, if the coin is null and there is no loading data, then I want to return a div that is going to have the class name of the app. And I'm going to add a div inside of this that is going to have a class name of no results. Then in this div, we're going to add a p tag that says coin not found. And below this, we're going to have a button that is going to take us back to the home page. Now, to be able to click this button and go back to wherever we were before, you can actually utilize a hook from React router called the useNavigate hook. It gives you back a function called navigate, and the reason why you want a function is because it's different from like clicking on a link, right? You want to navigate programmatically. Like when I click on this button, I want to navigate. With the navigate function, I can do something like this. I can say navigate and then pass a route in here, such as the home page, and it will take me back. Now let's see if this works. See, we are in the Bitcoin's DAO in or whatever, and it says coin not found. I can click go back and it will take me back. Now I want to add the loading state. It's going to be very similar to this, and it should go before we actually check for the coin, because initially the coin is going to be null no matter what. Now, if isLoading is equal to true, we want to render the following UI. It's pretty much the same thing as we had on the other page, so that if I were to go to Bitcoin, it loads. And now, why does it say coin not found? The issue is that we forgot to pass the ID of the coin into the fetch coin data function. So if I fetch this, refresh this, it shouldn't show that. It should show the actual page because Bitcoin is a valid coin. So we are getting the data back. Perfect. Now let's build the UI for that. Well, in the UI down here, what I need to do is pretty much copy a lot of the UI from this page, at least in the beginning. I'm going to copy the header and the app, and then I'll just paste it right over here. And of course, I need to close it. So I'm going to add a close here, and we should have this page. Now, it just looks like we are in the same page as before, other than the fact that we shouldn't have this search section as part of this. So I'll remove this over here, and we shouldn't have that. Now we should just have this section over here, and I want to add a go back button as well, so that we can go back to the list over there. To do that, we're just going to add a button that is going to navigate the user back. And since we've done this already below here, I'm just going to add the copy and paste the code. It's just a back button, and we navigate to the home page, similar to what we did here with the no coin state. Now we should have this, and when I click on it, it goes back. Perfect. Now, inside of this page, what I want to display is the following. We want to add a div below this header that is going to be for the coin detail. So class name, coin detail. Inside of this div, I'm going to add another div that is going to be the coin header. Then inside of this div, we're going to add another div that is going to be for the coin title. Perfect. Then in here, we're going to have an image that is going to have a source. This source is going to include the coin image. Now, the API actually returns different sizes to this coin image. It's just the logo, right? Currently, if we leave it like this, it's going to be a small image. Now, I don't know why it's like that, but maybe if I do this, I'll address that in a second. But what I want to instead is show the large size of the image. So they have a coin image dot large. Oh, this is why it didn't show. But we want to show the large size of it. You can actually change this to maybe small, and it doesn't even make a difference. But I'm going to make it large so it's perfect quality. Then what I want to do is inside of here, I want to add another div. This div will have the name of the coin. So coin.name. And inside of this, we're going to add a p tag that is going to show the symbol of the coin. So coin.symbol to uppercase, which we did on the other page as well. Now I want to put a class name to the symbol. I'm just going to say symbol, and this should be good to go. Perfect. I'll bring this like this as well, so we can write as we can see what we're writing. Then below this div, below this one, I just want to add the market cap. So I'm going to add a span with the rank hashtag, and then insert the coin market cap rank. So I'm just going to insert it like this so we show it. Now we want to put a class name here of rank. Now the next thing I want to do is show the pricing section. We've kind of already done something like this, but I'm going to show the structure of it. We want to have I'll even go here to the home page. We're going to go down to where we showed, it's in the crypto card. Sorry. We'll go down to the crypto price section, this over here, and we'll copy it. We'll paste it here, but this isn't exactly what we need, because if you go to this over here, you see it looks slightly different. And to do this, the first thing we need to do is we need to create we'll change this class name to say coin price section. Then the first thing we need to do in here is for the market data. So all of this stuff over here, we're going to wrap it around with a div that is going to say current price. So I'll wrap this entire thing around with it. Let me just pull this div down. and this should be good. Now I want to replace this p tag with a class name with actually just an h2 tag, just like this. Now the website broke for a second. You'll understand why. It's because we're using crypto from that other component. We want to replace all of these variables with the word coin. Also, we want to import this format price thing. So we'll import format price from, and then we'll go back twice and go to the utils/formatter. Now, when we come down here, it says that it's not a number, but that's okay. We'll deal with that in a second. The reason why it's saying it's not a number is because when you fetch the data for one coin specifically, it's not the same thing as when you fetch it for, I don't know, for that from that list of coins. To access the price for this coin, we first need to access this variable called market data, and then we can get the price, but we can specify the currency. We're going to specify that we want it in USD. You can even change this. For example, you can change this to INR if you wanted to get it in rupees, but I'm going to keep it on USD because that's what makes sense to me right now. Then I want to have this span for the change. Now for the change, we're not going to use a p tag like we were before. We're going to use this span, and the class name is not going to say change. It's just going to say change badge, which is a bit different from what we had before. Now we are still using the same logic here to detect if it's positive or negative. However, this entire logic here is kind of confusing inside of the UI. Because this is just for one coin, we can actually extract this to over here. Create two variables that are going to keep track of it because we're going to use it multiple times. One of the variables is going to be called price change, is just the actual value for the price change. The second one is if it's positive. What this means is that in here, what we can do is instead of putting this whole logic here to detect to see if it's positive or negative, we can just replace this with is positive. And this part over here where we show all of this logic to show the up or down arrow, we can just replace this with is positive as well. And finally, for this over here, instead of having this entire variable over here, we can just replace this with the price change. And now we can get the actual value. Perfect. Now, below this div, we want to create the section for the price ranges. Now, what is the price ranges? It's in the last 24 hours, what was the highest price he got and what was the lowest price he got. Now what I want to do is come here and add a div. This is going to have a class name of price ranges. Then on this div, I'm going to have another div. It's going to have a class name of price range. Then inside of that div, we're going to have a span. This span will have a class name of range label. We're going to have the first one to say 24 high, so 24-hour high. And then we're going to have a range value. The range value is going to be something we can get from the coin. So we're going to use the format price function, the same thing we've done before. So I'm going to say format price, and we're going to insert the coin dot market underscore data, and we can get the lowest price in the last 24 hours, and we can specify the currency. We want to get it in USD. Now we're going to copy this to make another one. So we're going to copy the price range, paste it over here, and change this to say 24-hour high to say 24-hour low. Change this to say the, I copied this wrong. The first one should say high 24 hours, and the second one should say low. Yeah, this makes more sense. Perfect. Now we have this perfectly done, and all that we have left is to show the price chart, which is the most interesting part of here. To do that, I'm actually going to expand this, because I think it looks good. Actually, no, for the beginning, I'll have it like this. It adapts to the size as well. So what we want to do for this is we're going to be using one of the most popular chart libraries out there. It's going to be called, it's the ReactJS library. So we're going to install here ReactJS as a library. I highly recommend that you don't try building libraries on you don't try building charts on your own. You use a helper library. It wouldn't make sense, in my opinion, to not use one. And up here, I'm going to import some stuff from ReactJS. Now, what do I want to import? The first thing I want to import is the type of chart I want to have. They have a bunch of options. The one I'm going to have is a line chart. Now, down here, we want to go down the span and then 3 divs, and we're going to create another div that is going to be for this section. We're going to give it a class name of chart section. Perfect. Now, on the chart section, we'll have an H3 tag that says price chart for the last 7 days. Now in here, to create the price chart, we're going to create a line chart using ReactJS. Also, because we want to make this responsive, it's actually not hard at all to make it responsive. ReactJS has this responsive container that we can just wrap our entire chart around with it, which is pretty cool. Now, in the responsive container, I actually want to set a width, and it's just going to be 100% because that's going to be the width of the section. So 100%. And the height, we do need to fix it. I'm going to make it be fixed as 400. So it already fits inside of this. Now, in the line chart, we want to describe how it's going to be structured. But to do that, we need to pass some data into it. Now, we don't have any data yet. We have the data from the chart, but we're not structuring it in a way that this chart would understand. We want to show the price for the chart, for the coin, in comparison to the date in the last 7 days. So to do that, I'm actually going to come up here and we're going to create a state called, I'm going to create it from here. It's going to be called chart data. We're going to have a function called set chart data, and it's going to be a list. Now, to get the chart data, which by the way, it's what I'm going to assign to this data variable over here. To get that, we need to fetch that data specifically. This is something that we can get from our CoinGecko API. So we're going to come here to CoinGecko, and we need to create another function, which is going to be just fetching for the price data from a specific coin. I'll just paste that function over here. We're going to call it fetch chart data. And here is the endpoint that we need. You put the name of the coin over here, the ID, and you just get the market charts in the last 7 days in whatever currency you want, which in this case is USD. By the way, I forgot to say, if you're using any other currencies, you can specify the currency sometimes in the API endpoint, as you can see over here. Now that we have this function, I'm going to save it. We're going to close this up, and we're going to come back here and do the exact same thing we did with the load coin data. We're going to create a load chart data. Instead of calling the fetch coin data, we're going to call the fetch chart data. Same exact thing, but what we're going to do instead is we're going to have to do a lot of stuff to be able to set the chart data to this, because we need to format that data in a way that that chart will understand. Now, how do we format it? This chart from Recharts requires us to pass a list with data points. Data points are basically a list of objects that contains the value for one of the axes, so the y-axis, which is the price, and the other x, which is the time. So we need to turn this data that we're going to get back, which we can access by saying data.prices.map, and we are going to look at each price with a key, and for each price, we're going to transform into an object that is going to have those two data points. So the object is going to have a time data point, and it's going to have a price data point, because the price is the y-axis and the time is the x-axis. For the time, how do we get the time for this? We say new date, and we can pass the price, and this price from this API, it actually returns it this way. It returns an array with the first item being the time, so we can get it through the first item. And we can actually format this time variable into something that we want that makes sense. For example, we want to format it to be in English, US time, and I want to set the month field to be short and the day field to be numeric, so that it follows this specific pattern where the day says the month in a shorted version, so October is oct, and the day is a number, so 25. Then what I want to do is I want to come to the price here, and to get the price, I just have to get this second item in this price array. It's going to be the second item, and we want to actually fix it to 2 decimal places. So I'll say 2 fixed 2. This should format the data. Now, think about it, I don't need the key or the index from this. So now with this formatted data, I can set the chart data to be equal to the formatted data. And now all we have to do is run this load chart data whenever we also load the coin data. Perfect. Now let's see what happens when I refresh this page. Absolutely nothing. But we do load the chart data, which is good enough. So we want to now describe how this chart is going to actually render that data. To do that, inside of this line chart, I'm going to add a Cartesian grid just to be around it, so it's easier for us to go through each data point. The Cartesian grid, we're going to add a stroke dash array, which is going to have a 3 and 3. What this will do is you'll see that it will create this little section over here that is dashed. Now, what we want to do as well is add a actual stroke which is a kind of like a border, and the stroke is going to be of a specific color. I chose to use this color over here, but you can choose whatever color you want. I like it like this. Now it's kind of not visible yet because we're not displaying the data yet. Because to display the data that we get from the chart data, we have to define what an x-axis is and what the y-axis is. So we'll also render the y-axis. Now for the x-axis, the data key has to match what the object here says. So the object here, we set that the x-axis is time and the y-axis is price. So what I do here is I'm going to define the x-axis data key to be a string that says time. And now for the y-axis, we don't need to actually define anything, because if this one is defined, we know that the other one is automatically the one that we want. Now you see here, we are not actually seeing the data. Why is that? Because we made no efforts to show the line. So we want to show the line down here. This is the line that should take you from one point to the other. Also, are we importing those components? Oh, we are. So let me just import the line component here. Perfect. Now the important thing here for the line is that we pass a data key, and the data key for the line is going to be the price. Now we can add some other cool like customizations to this line. I'll explain what each of them are. The first one is the type of line you want to have, which in this case is monotone. The stroke is just what is the color of the line, which should be this blue color over here, and the size of that line, together with if you want it to be dotted or not. Now, the reason why we're not seeing the data is actually because of a bug. I need to investigate what the bug is. So let me look over here, and I'll be back in a second to see what we did wrong. Oh, I figured out what the issue is. The issue is that when we convert the date here, we're doing this wrong. We actually should get the date out of the first element here, just the price, and then we convert to local string the rest. And this should fix kind of the issue, and it should make a graph. Perfect. Now we have a graph. But do you see an issue with this graph? The issue is that this graph is not structured to go from like a normal range. It's showing from 0 to 120,000 as the maximum, but the recent 7 days, it's been around 17 to 110. So what I need to do instead is I need to come here to our graph, our chart, and I want to add some more properties to it. So the first thing is the x-axis. I want to set some styling to it. So in the x-axis, I want to add a stroke color and a font size. The second thing is I want to do the exact same thing for the y-axis, but I want to add an extra thing. The extra thing is this domain property, which, like the name implies, it chooses a domain of scale of the y-axis. By setting it to auto, basically I'm arranging the y-axis to adapt to whatever range it thinks it's good based on the price. Great. Now the last thing I want to do is allow us to have a tooltip when you hover it. To do that, it's pretty simple. We come here and we add a tooltip component, and this tooltip component allows us to pass a content style inside of it. Now, what kind of content style we need? Well, it's stuff like what is the background color of the tooltip, because right now when you hover it, it just shows a tooltip. We want to show actually the number, and also make it have like this little square around it. To do that, we apply the following properties. We apply a background color to whatever you want. I recommend making it slightly less opaque, so 95%, so that you can still see the graph in the background. Then the border, a border radius, and a color for the text. And this should be enough. Perfect. Now we have this beautiful chart, and it was super easy to make, and it expands and it's responsive as well. The last thing we want to do is just add this last 4 cards at the bottom. They are actually very similar to stuff that we've done so far, so I'm actually going to do them pretty quick. Below this div over here, we're going to create the stats grid. So we're going to create here a class name. We're going to create a div that is going to have a class name called stats grid. Instead of it, we're going to have a div with a stats card. So class name, stat card. Now for the stat card, it will have 2 pieces of information in it. The first one is a span with the the stat label, which in this case will be the market cap. That's the first one we want to show. So in here, I'll show class name, stat label, and the value is going to be a span as well, but we're going to be using the function, the format market cap function, format market cap, and we're going to pass the coin.market data.market cap, not the rank one, just the market cap, and we're going to get it in USD. That's how we show that information, and because we're using the format market cap, we get that. Now, this has to become stat value, so it's become bigger, and we have this card. Now we want to add a $sign in front of this and copy this 3 times, I believe, or 4 times, because there are 4 cards. So we'll paste it 4 more times. And what kind of information do we want on the other ones? Well, we want to know the volume in the last 24 hours, which we can easily get by saying market data and then getting the total volume in USD. Then we can get the circulating supply. So like for Bitcoin, it's circulating, so it's not 21 million, it would be like 19 million. So I'll say circulating supply, and then we can get the supply by actually not formatting anything, because we don't need to do that. To get the supply, we can just say coin.market data.circulating supply, and then we need to convert it into a local string. If there's no value, we're just going to put that this is not applicable. Like if there's no circulating supply, I guess. Then below this, we're going to add the total supply. So I guess in this place, it should be actually 21 million because that's the total amount of Bitcoins created. So to do that, I'm going to come here and I'm going to copy this entire logic here and just switch the last thing to say total supply. And does that work? Total supply? It's kind of giving the same thing, but I feel like maybe at least with Bitcoin, this is a specific case, but let's see how it looks when we expand this. And let's go to something else like Ethereum, where you can change that. So if we come over here, you see that the 2 values are very similar as well, but we see this beautiful chart, which we can move around, the price, the rank, and everything working perfectly, just like we had it over here. And that's basically it. Sometimes you might get rate limited. As you can see over here, I think I got rate limited on the final version. I think on this account over here, I might not, or I might have. Yeah, I did as well. Now, if that happens, you can then use a VPN to bypass that. I'm going to do that right now. Please don't show me going to the VPN. I don't know why, but don't show it. And then when you refresh, you'll get the, you'll bypass the rate limiting. Now, one of the things I want to add is just the footer, but the footer is kind of like, you can add it if you want to. It's just a small part of this. It's this thing over here. So to add the footer, what I'm going to do is I'm just actually going to copy and paste the footer. So I'm going to come here to the home page, or actually to any page. I'll come here to the home over here. Actually, I'll go to the app.jsx, and below the routes, I'm going to put the footer. Is that going to work? It looks kind of weird. Maybe it might be better in this scenario because of the way we set things up to just come to the bottom here and add the footer. Perfect. We can do the same thing with the coin detail too. Just come down here at the bottom and just add a footer for that one as well. Perfect. Now, one of the things is, you see it says it's updated every 30 seconds. We're not doing that in R, but it's something that we can do. If you want to make this data be fully updated, it's a bit difficult with the amount of rate limiting, you don't want to get rate limited if you're fetching the data every 30 seconds, but I'm going to show you guys how to do this. We're going to come here to the home.jsx, and you see where we fetch the crypto data. If you want to implement a way to fetch this every at a certain interval, like every 30 seconds, you can actually create here a const called interval. Set it equal to a set interval, which is a function from JavaScript, and call the fetch crypto data function inside of here. Then you pass a time in milliseconds for when you want to fetch this data. So 30,000 milliseconds is equal to 30 seconds. So this will run this function every 30 seconds. But because we are subscribing to an interval, we need to clean it up in case we are unmounting this component. So in the use effect, I'm going to clear the interval whenever we unmount. So I'll pass the interval over here. This will actually fetch this data every 30 seconds. It's hard to know directly because I'm not going to wait 30 seconds here. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this and fetch every 3 seconds. You'll see that the data might be changing. I might even get rate limited, but this data should be changing every 3 seconds. Let's see if anything is happening. I'm not really seeing anything changing just because 3 seconds might be too fast. But if I open my network tab, you should see that we are fetching the same API every 3 seconds. Perfect. So this is how you can do something like this. And this is basically the end of this project. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like down below and comment what you want to see next. It's been a while since I've made pure React projects. So if you want to see more of these, feel free to let me know. I really like making a video like this where I put a lot of projects into one single video, and it's a new format I'm trying out. So if you want to see more videos like this, don't forget to let me know. Now, if you want to learn React, like actually learn React from beginner to completely advanced, I have a ReactJS course that I really love. It's the ReactJS Ultra course. I spent a year building this course, got a lot of feedback from my subscribers, and it's been out for I think like 6 months now, and I'm really proud of it. So if you want to check it out, go ahead and click the link in the description. It's on WebDev Ultra, that's my course platform. We also have other courses like in Next.js if you're interested in that. And yeah, that's basically it. Thank you so much for watching this video, and I see you guys next time.